to do this or no?
I did not do that yet. Yeah.
You ready?
We're ready?
Okay. Call to order of the Appraisal Review Board for Aransas County. It is June the 14th? June the 14th at 8:30. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do.
We have a quorum. We're open for to hear protests. First protest.
Case 2021-1045.
Here's Mr. and Mrs. Striddy.
Good morning.
Good morning. Again.
Yes.
Where do you want? Where's the screen?
Yeah, the door kind of protects you a little bit. That's why you're kind of.
Yeah, thank you better than there. Good morning. That's not very.
Close call. Tell me that. Good morning.
Morning. We have some minutes trivia that we need to go through before we get started. If you just follow along, I may have some questions along the way. We are opening the hearing on case ID 2021-1045, account 13423. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate it if you take it.
I can't hear you.
Okay. I'll try to talk louder. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence? You gave it in.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I do solemnly swear, I, Howard Striddy, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board is true and correct to the best of my knowledge.
I, Julia Striddy, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you. Mike?
My name is Michael Soda. I do solemnly swear and affirm the testimony that I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Do either of you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas? The sheet of paper above the oath shows how we're going to proceed through the hearing. You get to choose whether you go first or Michael for the district goes first.
I'll go first.
I'm sorry?
I'll go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
My first slide deals with the appraisal sheet sent to me by the district. There is an error on it. lower left-hand corner says that we have access to 2 boat slips. This is incorrect. Next, please. I've addressed this. Please,
Page up,
next
Scott.
slide.
I'm sorry.
No, that's in the back.
This is a schematic of the Bay House complex. I've addressed this by identifying the ownership of the 4 docks adjacent to 1601. Next slide, please. We're all very much aware of how damage Harvey did. Many of the comparisons given to us in Bay House units had significant damage in Harvey, and when they were restored, had significant upgrades, not just in the interior, but upgrades in structure, electrical, air conditioning, et cetera, et cetera. I've chosen 2110. It is admittedly an interior unit. Ours is an in unit, sold for $247,000. Please note the date of sale. I'll come back to that later. Next, please. She can hold the sign, please. Next. Go forward. Very nicely done. I'm using just simply as a comparison of what has been done. Next, please. All right, 1601 Bay House. We have not done any interior upgrades. We have 1980 showers. We have
We still have 5-price tubs.
we have
And
carpeted. Next, please. Carpeting need to be painting, doors to be replaced. You might ask yourself why? Because there is still a lot of uncertainty and chaos surrounding Bay House post Harvey. First issue is our decks. They're almost all the decks are going to have to be removed and replaced. They will be done so in the 3rd and 4th quarter of this year. It just shows what happens when the substructure deteriorates like it has been. Next, please. An issue for 1601 and 1600, total 1600 building is that engineers tell us we are going to have to put 50 concrete piers underneath that building to address the settling and within that building. Again, please. This is the second part of that document. Again, please. This shows where it's going to happen, where the decks are going to be placed. Next, please. This in our unit, this is show we have doors that won't close. We have separation of the slab from exterior concrete from the deck. This is a rather large issue for us to face. Next, please. This is an assessment that was approved by the ownership, in which we are addressing the overall value of the whole complex. In this assessment, and I've done some redactions here because the amounts of money and certain names don't need to be brought forth here. Everything from landscaping to erosion and drainage, work that still needs to be done, and frankly, work that we haven't discovered that needs to be done. But this addresses the idea of restoring the entire value of the whole complex. And until this is done, this lack of value, attractiveness should be factored into the value of each of the units. Again, please. And this is the end, the last of it. You can see that there's still an enormous amount of work to be done outside of insurance and Harvey. Next, please. And last but not least, this is the email that was sent by the association to each of the owners, alerting them to the fact that our general contractors for the restoration of Bay House has filed a constitutional lien against Bay House. This dispute involves work not done, quality of work done, and of course, money.
Okay.
What this means is.
Have to cut you off here. You have some more time later.
Yeah,
More time later. So Mike, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Sure. Exclusive or outside of the scope of the common elements work that needs to be done to like the decks and the lifting of piers, because that's a common element outside of the bounds of I guess the interior of the unit. And you provided evidence as far as pictures. What do you, I know like you have like a fiberglass tub that has like a circle on it or something like that.
That's a hole.
Okay,
I
okay,
believe this is 1980
okay,
tub and fixtures. We were gonna do that. And then Harvey happened.
okay. So these are recent photos? They're
Oh,
like
yeah.
existing right now?
The
Okay.
other day.
What are some other, have you, in the, what's the best way to frame this? So inside the scope of your rectangle, inside your condo, what are some items that you've quantified? Like, hey, this is gonna cost this to repair or replace, or that's gonna cost this to repair or replace? Do you have any idea of what that might be on the inside? Not to make it better, because like a remodeling event just makes it an effective aid better, and we understand. I'm just talking repairs. I mean, because you've identified at least one here, and then you've identified like the door jamb, like not closing.
Well, that's the foundation.
That will be the foundation.
Okay, so that's, okay,
We got an estimate, but it's, 6 years old maybe? Because like I said, we were gonna do this and then Harvey happened and we were gonna replace the tubs and redo the bathrooms. And there were no contractors available during Harvey. And I mean, it was not an emergency, so we put it off.
And let me state.
And the estimate was, $5,000-6,000 per bathroom.
The only thing worse than the bathroom is the kitchen and redoing the kitchen. Again, we were so blessed not to have been damaged by Harvey. How that happened, I don't know. I guess God takes care of fools. But
The new unit, the repaired or rebuilt units have the structure, what's the TWA codes, they're updated. I mean,
Yeah.
we are still 1980 codes. They're 2020.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I know this is in a bit disjointed, but
I
I
mean,
was
that's
trying to make
structural.
some points that some of the comps, and you do the best you can, okay? But many of these comps were severely damaged and they have been built up, as she said, to.
okay, so, I'm sorry to cut you off. I
There you
really am. I was just trying to get some idea of anything, like a list of items I could point to. This is $12,500 that we think we need to repair, or whatever, something. But I'm gonna go ahead and go into my evidence. The subject property, of course, had a valuation that was, I guess, a settlement last year. That's a nice round, that's a big round number, it was 260 last year. This year it's 288, so you can see that we have it as 100% complete. Obviously, the subject property owners have testified that they got some things that are going on that are an issue. Back in 16, before the storm, before anything else, this to give you a framework, this is the backdrop for the whole area. The subject property sold for $325. We currently have $288 on it. That's the backdrop to the whole market value story. Moving forward, you can see that this is a pictometry imagery of the subject. It's over on the left-hand side there, I believe.
Yeah, the blue.
Yeah, that one right there. Continue on. The only thing under protest is market value. And I think specifically the items in question would be the damaged items. Outside of that, what are things selling for in Bay House? You have a sale that occurred in October for 308 and change. It's a little bit smaller than the subject. When you look at but it's newer from an effective age standpoint, for sure, by a large degree. That one adjusts out to 298 when compared with the subject. 2605 Bay House sold in November for 281, 250. Again, that is the same size as the subject. Has the same effective age as the subject. That one appraises out to 280 and change. The next one is Bay House, 2107 Bay House. That's in August of 20. That sold for 259. That's smaller than the subject, same effective age as the subject. Appraises out to 284 and change when compared with the subject. Comp number 4 is the November of 20. That sold for 294, smaller than the subject, much newer than the subject. It's appropriately adjusted there and adjust out to 299 and change.
How many of those were
Hang on, ma'am. Of those, so to answer those questions, those remodels are taken into account. If there's a remodeling event, it's taken into account, like right here, ma'am, to try to answer your question. Like this one right here. See, this is a 2016. So that's an original year build, just kind of like yours. They were all built in 80, 81. And so you'll see a difference in the effective year here. So this is like a much newer remodel than yours. Yours was done, this is 15 years older than that. So yours was redone to a smaller degree before you ever purchased it a long time ago. But it's not to the extent of this one, but there's an adjustment for that. This one's more similar from the standpoint, like approximately the same year build, approximately the same effective age, and it's smaller than yours and sold for 259. So we try to account for all of those differences like you indicated. Obviously the subject property has some things that are going on wrong with it. I really want to get to those things. If there's any physical obsolescence, that's all I got.
Okay, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal and then 2 minutes for cross-examination. So I'll give you 4 minutes on the timer.
Well, everything's good. But you notice that all of these comps were sold before February 11th, 2021. That's when the lien was put in place. And we are doing the association is doing everything they possibly can to rectify this. It's not going well. I will tell the board that. There is no timeline on when this is going to get taken care of. So in the meantime, we couldn't sell if we wanted to. And there are owners in the complex that really need to sell, and they can't. So I know that this goes to the availability, the attractiveness of the whole complex and each individual unit. And that's why our feeling is that the 2016, the 2020 evaluation of $260,000 is appropriate, because in this instance, and for this final piece of evidence we have, we couldn't sell if we wanted to, and that is going to affect the market value of all units. We're honest with you, we don't want to sell, but there are people that are trying to sell and cannot.
Well, the other thing is the foundation. I mean,
Yes.
if you visit and look at it, there's a crack this big between the sidewalk and the foundation. And the deck goes like this, went toward the canal. I mean.
And this thing about settlement, in that complex, I will tell the board, that this is going to go on. Buildings are going to start cropping up, as having to have this done to them.
Well, the other thing, back to your 325 that we bought it for, contents were included. That, we were not told that we should take that out of when we bought it. And I mean, the contents were worth thousands and thousands and thousands. It was gorgeous. And we overpaid. We know that. We knew it at the time we overpaid. But we wanted that unit, and they had spent enormous amount of money. They spent a whole lot more than what they got on remodeling the unit.
And,
But-
and it was the contents that skewed the whole thing. The lady of the house loved quality stuff, and she put it in there. And that's one of the things that's skewed this whole series of appraisals. And I guess it's our fault. We didn't, the first time we ever bought anything like this, and we've never done anything like this. Anyway. But please, on this, please rectify that 2 boat slips on the appraisal. And it's real easy to do. It's real easy to have made that mistake. But
Well,
please,
they're not. They're not anymore.
right, exactly.
They were redone.
Before, it would have looked like that before.
Yeah, I'm not sure we ever did. What you think?
Okay, we're just about out of time here. Anything else?
Leave that up there, Scott. I just want to say that that's probably just an old note. There's no value modifier that says that there's anything, there's no adjustment here that says that, hey,
Okay.
and I'm looking here, there's only one common element. There's only one storage attached. There's a couple of decks and a 2-story. That's all that's assessed. So this is probably just an old note. Yes, sir.
2 covered decks, is that the bottom and the top?
Yeah, yes, sir.
I got, that was a little unclear to me.
Sure. Yeah, no worries. The only, what I would say is that, as far as the constitutionality thing, I've brought this to this board's attention in the previous case about Bay House. The appraisal date is January 1. So the example that I'm going to give is this. On January 1, different situation. You imagine a vacant lot, and somebody builds something on February 4th, and they build a completed house. Am I going to have what value on that property? Well, I'm going to have a vacant land property. I'm going to have a vacant land value. Why? Because on January 1, it was vacant land. Second scenario, you have a fully constructed house somewhere in the country club, right? And on January 1st, it's there. And on February 4th, it burns. What value are you going to have on the property? You're going to have the conditions as of January 1st. This constitutional lien, and I've talked about this before, did not exist on January 1 of 2021. If it continues to exist on January 1 of 2022, they're going to have a real issue. Not only the subject property owner, but everybody in the Bay House is going to have a real issue. And it's a mess, no doubt, it's a mess. But those conditions do not exist. What conditions do exist currently, and what I'm still waiting to hear about, are the physical. Go back to his evidence. Is just like the deflection. That's a huge thing. They're gonna even if they could sell that at the end of this constitutional lien, they're gonna have to disclose the deflection in the sinking or the width. Is that $5,000, $10,000, $20,000? I don't know. I'm waiting to hear that number. There's some kind of physical obsolescence going on.
All right, we'll go to closing. You have 1 minute for closing. Any final thoughts that you have? And then Mike will have his minute.
We've been given a number on the foundation.
The foundation, I think this building, because of the excessive number, I think it's 20 to 40,000.
many units is that, sir, right there?
8. I think there's 8 units in that.
20 to 30,000, is that what you said? I'm asking,
I-
20 to 40.
20 to 40?
I'm not under oath when I say this, please. I'm guessing somewhere between, let's say 15 to 40,000. Something, somewhere in that range, I think it's gonna have to be done.
It does show to be part of the $7,500
Yeah.
assessment too.
Yeah, that's clear.
And I guess I shouldn't have redacted that number, but I didn't even think about it.
Who's up?
Okay.
Okay, so I just did some quick math, the 15 to 40,000 gives us an approximation of 27.5 if you take the average of those two. So I did. So I went to 28 and then divided by 8, you know, you get the 3.5. So that's $3,500 for that one, if you were to just attribute like his portion for that. Again, the subject property has some defects. You know, if you wanted, you know, I'm looking at the tub, I'm looking at the deflection. There's $10,000 or $15,000 easy there, you know, as far as what I see. That's why I was looking for a number.
Well,
Yes,
We are also, I guess I should have brought this up, we're also gonna pay for our deck.
yeah. Yeah.
And that's another,
Yeah, that's not.
probably another $7,000. So whatever your number.
You're looking at 10, 15, you know, plus another 7. You're looking at the $20,000 change pretty easily for all of the items associated with that. I'm no doubt the subject property owners brought physical obsolescence problems associated with his condo, and he's identified those. He and she. Am I in my closing time?
Yes, you're in your closing time.
What I would say is that from a market value standpoint, the 291 supports the value of the 288 change we have on the subject. Subject property owners identified $15,000, $20,000 worth of physical obsolescence that I think the board should consider. That's all I got. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we have 5 minutes to deliberate.
I agree.
Yeah,
How much is it?
26,000 off. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm thinking
I can add a $5,000 and you said you're
Per bath,
per bathroom.
it's gotta be good.
$7,000 for the deck,
plus the cost, the assessment
the
value.
assessment value. I think go back to last year.
I could agree with
I
that.
agree. Yeah.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-1045, account number 13423, when considering Q1 and appraised market value, that we reduce the 2021 appraised value from its $288,670 to the 2020 value of $260,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. What we do is drop it back to last year's.
Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your time and your attention. We really do. That you do on your business, you got other folks. Do I have to sign?
No, you'll get a
I've already
document.
signed my life away,
No, you'll get a document.
but you don't know where I live.
You get a document in the mail.
They may give you a survey out front if you'll take that for us, please.
Okay.
And you get a document in the mail showing the new value.
Thanks, sir. Thanks for bringing relevant data to us. It's gonna be a mess if they don't get that square. It's gonna be a mess for everybody in there.
This is as bad a thing as I've ever indirectly done. Really bad.
Y'all have a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
Oh, goodness.
Thank you for taking that.
Take care.
That looks like it this morning, or until 10, is that right? That it till 10?
Yeah, we have some letters.
That's it for the attorney?
That was it.
There's no call in? There's no phone-ins or nothing? No
Nothing.
affidavits?
Had 6 no-shows. Mhm.
Here, we're having trouble scheduling all of them because they're so voluminous, and
Yeah, you don't know whether to increase the number of the schedule.
we're trying to just creep that number up, but I mean, just as soon as you do, you're gonna have everybody show up at the same time.
Yeah.
And you don't know this because we did all this like 3 weeks ago. Like, we scheduled all this stuff 2 and 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't know, like, the show rate was gonna be the way it's gonna be.
No,
Letters.
Well, since nobody else showed up. Okay.
so we have letters.
Yeah, it happens sometimes.
Mhm. That happens all the time.
Yeah.
No, that's a truck that I've had for years. I just never drive it much. Oh, it's 19 years old.
Oh, okay.
Okay, first letter to the Tax Appraisal Review Board, petition to hearing regarding property taxes. My name is Brent Mendel, the owner of the property at 1604 12th Street, Rockport, Texas. I had full intention of disputing the recent increase of taxes for this year. Unfortunately, my mother was admitted to the hospital with life-threatening complications and in fact was moved to the hospice area of the hospital. Please know that my parents are in assisted living in Portage, Wisconsin. I've spent my time trying to get a plan together to go up there to see her. It has been one issue after another. For instance, I found out that a birth certificate would be needed to renew driver's license so I could rent a car. But alas, I digress. It is not easy for a 62-year-old to obtain a birth certificate. Please take this into consideration when considering my petition to be heard at a hearing on this matter. The 400% increase in taxes took me by complete surprise. Thank you for your consideration, Brent O'Neill.
What's he doing? Is he trying to reschedule?
He's trying to schedule, I think,
Schedule after the date.
an original hearing after May 28th. And this was received June 11th.
Oh, yeah, I feel sorry for him, but it doesn't,
Right. Doesn't.
So
you can make a phone call.
he never had a hearing, he never had a,
It doesn't appear that way. I mean,
is there an
the way-
ID with it, a property ID or an address?
There is an address, 1604 12th Street.
Three, 4, 5, 2, 9 is the property ID now. Sticky with the letter.
Is there a 2021 protest?
There's an inquiry.
There's a 2021 inquiry, but no protest.
Oh, it's
Let me
Creek.
go look. Yeah, 2021 inquiry that was like, they phoned in on the 11th. Like there was an inquiry and they phoned in on the 11th, which is couple of weeks, I guess, or at least 10 days after the,
Was the inquiry related to the letter?
well, the inquiry, it's,
a letter.
well, the inquiry is like a phone informal,
Right.
but it's after the deadline, so they're.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's
Okay,
just coincident that this letter was received on the 11th.
probably.
Yeah, okay.
Probably, because it was not settled means that the appraiser felt like the value was okay and probably said that,
Nothing could be done. It was after the date.
yeah, it was after the date. But I mean, the reality is that the appraiser probably indicated to the property owner, hey, if you think that you need a protest, you should probably petition the board for, and that's the reason you have the letter in front of you.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't see a reason here. Well, sorry for him, but yeah, he could have called or come by or emailed
Something
or,
before the deadline.
yeah. Okay.
No.
Okay, yeah. So I move on property at 1604 12th Street, Rockport, Texas, and the property ID number is 34529. We're considering the letter that the homeowner's son sent that we not grant them a protest hearing.
All in favor?
Aye. Okay. Second one is 6/3/21 from Mr. Gary Roan. I'm sorry. So here we go for the third time. Your ARB enclosed is the property owner's affidavit of evidence. I neglected to send this affidavit for my hearing. Therefore, I am requesting a new hearing date. Thank you for your consideration in this matter, Gary Rum.
Can
This is the
you
one we
tell me that
already-
ID? Can you give me that ID, please?
Yes, it is, let me see here, 46560.
Yeah, that is his property. Remember, Gary Roan was an individual that represented another person or
Yeah.
tried to, and then this is his
Oh,
letter.
okay, so this is a different property
Yeah.
than we were looking at.
Yeah, and the letter is timely,
Okay.
I believe.
Well,
What's the date? It's 6/3?
6/3.
Yeah. And
He was like 6'1", I think.
yeah, his thing was 6/1, so that letter is timely.
Okay, now the sticky note on here says received by email June 3rd.
Uh-huh.
Hearing was June 1st.
Right. So
Okay, so you,
no, I'm just saying the letter is timely in the 4-day
Isn't that 4
window.
days?
That's all I'm saying,
okay,
because today's what, the 14th?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all that means. So the issue is that he's writing you a letter that he did not have to.
he neglected to send the affidavit
Okay.
for the case.
Yeah, on his, he didn't.
He didn't have his affidavit in prior to the hearing.
Right,
What was his hearing date?
to June 1st.
June first. Fine. I guess we have to do that.
Yeah, the 4 days we have.
3 or 4 days after the hearing.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, wait.
No, 4 days after the hearing, you're able to hear a petition about whatever happened in the past. That's all 4 days.
oh, okay.
And we did something on the first for the hearing, right?
Not on
Different
his.
house.
Yeah.
On the second, you did the neighbors.
Okay, so when it said hearing was June 1st on the sticky note, was there
It
a
was a
hearing?
no-show.
It was, the hearing was set for June 1st. He was a no-show because he
Okay.
did not have his affidavit.
Oh,
That, the whole issue is he's writing you to tell you he didn't have his affidavit.
but he's writing in time to demonstrate a window, so
No, he's writing in time just to say,
I didn't have.
I didn't have an affidavit. That's all he's, yes. Anybody can petition the ARB for good cause 4 days after the hearing, and that letter was timely because it was received by email.
Right, so we have to
You have to act on the letter.
We don't have to hear it, but we.
do, it's within our guidelines.
Yes, I guess I would ask the question if he knew about his June 1 hearing date, yet he knew he didn't have the affidavit.
But he sent it in the window that which he needed to.
No, he sent the letter petitioning you for good cause. That's all he's doing is petitioning you for good cause,
We're missing that.
for missing his hearing. He's not
Petition
really
window.
told told us why he couldn't get the affidavit.
He submitted the letter.
Yeah, there's no
In the time.
indication of why.
Oh,
Again, it's a good cause thing. He sent the letter and he sent the letter to petition you of good cause timely.
Kind of, yeah, but no reason why he didn't give the affidavit, get it in early or on time.
sometime. No, he needs to indicate what the reason is.
Exactly.
So he did not do that.
I'm inclined to say no.
Did you get that?
Everybody
You get
else
the
say.
button to turn it off?
I haven't yet, I'm gonna leave it on.
One that
I
says-
guess I looked at it.
Yeah,
He got it in timely, but he didn't give an indication of why it was late. So there's two issues in one here,
There you go.
right?
So the issue, anybody after the deadline, after their hearing date has 4 days to say, hey, ARB, I have good cause for not coming or not having my evidence or not having my affidavit or not having fill in the blank. They get to show within 4 days good cause. Now, he submitted a letter requesting good cause. You have to determine whether in that letter he's proven good cause.
Well, the good cause is that he didn't have an affidavit.
I forgot. Sorry. I mean, that's kind of what it looks like, not to be crass about it, but,
Yeah.
you know, it.
No.
So I would say no.
I agree.
Agree with that?
Scotty, you agree?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So I'm gonna move on property ID 46560. That we not grant Mr. Roan a new hearing because he has failed to give us a reason for good cause, even though the letter was timely.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Okay. Our third one is a letter received June 10th. Dear Arbitration Review Board, property ID, the address is 310 South 4th Street in Rockport. To whom it may concern, I would like to request another hearing due to error on the square footage. I should have brought this up during my previous hearing, but didn't notice it until recently. Sorry for the inconvenience. Square foot showing 1392 should be 1104. I can produce the blueprint if the hearing is scheduled. If you have a question or concern, please don't hesitate to give me a call. Regards, Tone Wynn.
That was a previous hearing, I remember.
Yeah, I remember Tone.
Yeah, I remember.
I kind of vaguely remember a discrepancy.
You don't get two hearings in 1 year.
No.
Well, his error that he didn't report that at the time.
Yeah.
Bring that in as evidence.
Correct it next year.
You don't get a second shot. There's no mulligans.
Okay. So I'm going to move then on property ID 8821669 at 310B South 4th Street in Rockport, that we not grant Mr. Tone Wynn a second hearing for this season.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That it?
That's it.
I will say that, and I believe that you took correct action on that last letter. I will say that anybody has the ability to come up here and say, hey, there's a clerical error, about, whatever.
Yeah.
And, there are the abilities to do what's called a joint motion corrective. If I see that, oh yeah, it's not this, it's this. And, but I have rules too. It can only be changed if there's so much value or, like there's so much that applies to there. So
Well, should he be indicated in the letter then that he has that?
now I will reach out to him for any kind of joint motion.
Okay. All right, we'll let it till 10 o'clock.
Yourself,
All right.
guess is there's maybe one for me.
For Zoom?
Yeah.
For the Zoom?
Yeah, we do have affidavit already turned in, at least on one of them at 10, so. That's the one.
Oh, you good.
Thank you.
Okay. Got it.
I just want to figure out what percentage of North Shore.
My percentage was 80%, but that was last week when he was talking about it.
Yeah, we had more people show up last week, but it was still high. I mean, probably at least half were, showed. Yeah. It is strange.
I can only imagine this last year has just really stressed a lot of people.
No, we were busy last year.
Good morning.
Morning, Val.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I just wanted to let y'all know Mr. Stritty filled out a questionnaire online, the survey.
Okay.
And of course, I didn't know what he said on there, but he gave me feedback. He said this was a very good experience for him. He was very impressed with everybody, including Mike. And
Okay.
so just thought I'd let you know.
All right, good.
Yeah, sometimes when people are sitting there with persistent frowns on their face, you wonder.
Yeah. I mean, your arm. from
Yeah,
there,
right.
Right. Yeah, I've got a question for you. I know you've slept since 2011. We had a homeowner in the country club that sent a letter to the club, to the country club, complaining about drainage behind their house. They're on a fairway line. So I filled out a fix-it form, because I wasn't sure if it was the city or a country club.
Oh, yeah, we've had it. Yeah. Ongoing forever.
And so I get a call from Brian Picarazzi later that day, and he goes, "Have you not seen this?" And I went, no. So I went out and looked at it, and literally it was like a low spot where a tree used to be. Would have been about the 8th hole, probably 7th hole, 8th hole, right along Henderson there.
Yeah, that's always been a problem.
Literally just a depression. It's like,
On country club property.
it's on country club property. And I'm thinking, I'm sure it's a big deal for him because he wrote this letter and everything, and he just copied the HOA, just saying.
So his deal was
with the country club. So one of our HOA members then went and dug up the agreement dated 2011, where you had signed as secretary.
Oh, I did?
Yeah,
Oh.
I guess you were secretary of the country club.
That was it. I don't know. That was secretary.
Oh, okay. Anyway, like I say, he probably slept many times since then. So I open it up and I'm reading it. And I open it up and it's like 54 pages. I'm thinking, oh, man, I don't have time for this. So, I closed it and I came back to it a couple of days later. And basically it's only 3 or 4 pages of the 54 that are what I'll call real wording. It says, the country club will do this, the city will do this. But if maybe you can give me some insight, but I read it to say that the city is responsible for maintaining all the drainage ditches, ponds, everything, the locks, but the country club operates them. They operate the valves, and the country club also agrees to let the city onto the property if they need to maintain. Is that kind of the gist of the,
That's
okay.
correct, yeah.
It seemed like this all came about because of the Bentwater Apartments.
Mhm.
Is that what
There was
it?
issues with that.
Okay,
When the Bentwater apartments were put in, they put their, what was it? Something to do with the water retention pond that overflowed.
okay,
Overflow onto the country club
property,
if I
okay.
remember correctly. It had something to do, and it was correct, the homeowners were correct. However they constructed it, and I wish I could remember more details, but I do remember it having to do with retention pond on the Bentwater property that was not sufficiently holding water.
Okay.
I believe.
Okay.
It's going back a long time, so.
Okay.
So I'm eight, that was, eight would have nothing to do with Bentwater.
More time's gonna come up.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking too. That's a long ways
No,
from.
that-
I still, I don't,
And I really think that this gentleman's issue, he lives at the corner of Henderson.
I don't agree from the standpoint.
Peachtree, I
that
think.
He wants it both ways.
It's Peachtree, but
Anyway,
anyway.
he used to do,
Barely on top of
it's advantageous, but then it's sales
Oh, I know.
talks and stuff like
Yeah.
that. It's going to
It's great. Yeah, he backs up to
the gym.
the golf course there. But like I say, the issue was Harvey probably took out a tree and when they removed all this, yeah, the debris, then there's a little impression that's, the size of this table.
Yeah, so the
Round.
water collects.
So water collected there and I went, I know we've got a lot of rain. It's like, really though, is that really an issue? When 3 or 4 days from now, it'll soak in. I mean,
This
but
is the first time he's complained since Harvey.
I guess, yeah.
But it is on country club.
It is on country club property. It's in that 15-foot easement,
Yeah.
it's behind most of those lots.
Check.
Utility easement.
Did somebody
Did
want
I
you to
sign
fix the
it?
country club?
Yeah.
Did I sign that? What did I sign?
You just signed the agreement that you had the
Oh,
president
between the country club and the
and
city.
the city, yes.
And that's
Yeah.
correct. So,
Okay.
yeah. I would say, what does the homeowners?
Oh, well, nothing. I mean, his
His
beef
deal
is
is
with the country club,
Yeah.
which I always, when people have a beef with the country club, I go, good luck with it. Work them
Oh,
out.
he basically wants somebody to come and fill that in.
Yeah,
That's the sort of problem.
yeah.
But for this day, the first time he's complained since we've had all this rain for years and years after Harvey and all that.
Yes.
It's not your problem.
Yeah, it's really not, it's
Bottom
not
line,
the
it's not
HOA's
your
problem.
So,
Unless you're a homeowner in the country club, and then everything is the HOA's problem.
Yes. I know.
I'm sure you've experienced that, Charlie.
Yes.
A lot of cases, people have a use agreement with the country club where their property line of vision or whatever would be the club, or they want to take down some trees, or whatever. There are use agreements between the country club and homeowners association, that they have the right to take care of that property.
Oh, okay.
Because and it's okay with the country club likes it in those
Yeah,
cases because
yeah.
it's improving the property.
Right.
So there should be on file in all those cases, some kind of indication that we, country club, gave you, the homeowner, the right to maintain that property.
Okay. Yeah.
And I have a use agreement on my house because I maintain all the property around it somewhat.
Okay.
So, yeah. That's not the homeowners, that's the homeowners, such a same owners.
Okay.
But that does exist, and really, the country club is normally, in my recollection, happy to let the homeowner maintain that property.
Yes.
Unless they're going to try and remove a tree that should not be removed, it's healthy and blah, blah, it's not interfering with the golf course.
Yeah,
It's interfering with the golf course and the golf course.
right. We had behind our house, there's the golf course, and then there's this, it's shaped about like that, where you have houses down the street, Champions here, Forest Hills. And so there was a new Hogan home built here, there's a corner lot here, we live here. And back here, there was just solid brush. It was country club
Yeah.
property.
Are you on the country one? Of course, no,
We are considered an off-fairway lot, but we do back up to country club property. And it
you
was
can't really see the floor through the.
not really, you can look left and see it, but behind us was just, I mean, solid brush. And we kind of liked it because you look out the back, it looks like you live in the country. You know, you didn't see any houses or anything.
Country club.
Yeah. And so Hogan comes along and they built a house with a tiny backyard. We gave them a 5-foot variance on the build line back there. And so when the new owners of that Hogan home bought it, they just asked me, just as a neighbor, about, how can we clear this land out here? I went, that belongs to the country club. Good luck with that, because generally the country club doesn't care about that. This is off the golf course. They don't care. Well, next thing you know, man, here comes bulldozers and everything else, and a lot of it. They could have left several.
Was it brush or trees?
It was both, but they took out all the brush and many of the nice trees. They left several trees, but boy, my wife was mad, about that, because they really did clear it a lot more than they really needed to. And of course, now we see houses, see condominiums back there, we see all this stuff back there,
Well, that happened over on Encina.
Oh, okay.
Remember, we had cases from Encina Drive when they
Oh,
bulldozed
long time
the area
ago.
next to
Yeah,
35.
Yeah.
Okay.
The city came in and just,
This wasn't the
Cleaned
city,
it
this
out.
was a homeowner, right?
We're not
Who did
sure.
it? Who did it?
Well, we're not sure. I've never talked to the new homeowner now that they moved in and we never see them. I don't know if they paid the country club or if they paid the people and the country club said, you have our blessing to do this. I
I
don't know.
don't, they would not have paid the country club.
Okay,
And they may have had an agreement with the country club, but they would.
okay.
Because it was country club property.
Yes, yes. So I'm guessing then that they probably had this agreement and they paid for it.
They, exactly.
Somebody paid for it.
Yeah, yeah. But they should have had approval. If they took down trees, were they viable, healthy trees?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Well,
Nice
they should
trees.
have had approval from the city to take those trees down.
Okay.
They're above a certain
Yeah,
circumference.
Above, was it 4 inches measured 6 inches above the,
Yeah.
base,
and
yeah.
They have to have approval from the city to take those trees down unless they're in the footprint of the house, which these aren't.
right.
Somebody-
Yeah. And I remember when
No
we
rush.
started, I called Rick Deloach's wife. She was, "Oh, okay." Rick called back later. No, it was, we had an agreement or we had, they had our permission. Right. And to them, it was, hey, they're clearing up
Exactly.
our property, have at it. In some ways, I think it actually was better, but in other ways, it kind of goes, I can't miss.
Well, it gives your property a higher value in the sense that you're better than golf course.
No, because the golf course, like I say, it's really left of our lot. This
Oh, the
rough,
3
it's
hours.
really not rough off the fairway. It's a separate piece of property off the golf course. Is now cleared and it'll look better in a couple of years because now it's just sand. I thought that they might come in and plant grass or do something, but it doesn't appear they're going to do that. So it's just bare sand.
So they did it, the neighbors did it.
Well, that's the only thing I can think of, as
The
far as I
country
know.
club did it, I don't think they would take those trees.
Probably not.
It's expensive
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah. And I believe Jeff Steckler did the work.
Well, he did all the work for the country club.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He came in and gave Harvey and, I mean, I wasn't involved with the club at that time, but I know Jeff, he works for me
Okay,
on my
yeah,
trees, but I know he had the contract for the country club.
okay. Because I seem to recall
But he's
Steckler
the
signed
best,
some
he's the best tree person in town. I mean, he's a
arborist, certified
whatever
arborist.
the
Yeah.
designation is for trees. I mean, he doesn't take trees down that he thinks are viable, so.
Okay.
I
You ever been out to his place?
have no idea where he's at.
He's on 1781, just across the street from the road where you go down onto Coconut Ridge. Got a big
I've driven past.
number of
this place.
acres and stuff, and through the years, it's just kind of expanded with a lot of outbuildings and stuff like that. It's a nice place. Because I get firewood from here.
Long trees, it takes time.
Oh, yeah. And he's, you want to say, I want a cord of wood or something. That's not the way he does it. He's got a front end loader, right?
Okay.
And it's a bucket load.
Oh, okay.
But it's,
You cut it up then?
he's
Split it?
it's split. He's
Oh,
got
he's
it
already cut
split,
it? Okay.
Cut and split and everything.
Yeah.
All kinds of equipment.
Yeah. And,
Yeah, that would
I
be a
went out
great
there-
side business to be in if you're in the tree trimming business.
well, I think he has an agreement with his wife. His wife gets the money from the,
She's a realtor.
is she?
Yeah.
Well, so when I pay, it's always, I pay her for any wood that, any firewood that I get.
Oh, well, that's interesting, yeah. Oh.
And,
But he's excellent, but he's also very expensive.
yeah,
I mean, I would not use anybody else, but
we've had to do a lot of work for us. And I went out during the freeze. I probably got one of the last loads of wood that he had.
Really?
Oh, he got cleaned out. People buying firewood.
well, because of the potential for more, need for more wood.
Yeah. And I have a flatbed trailer that he just dumps it on, and I didn't even unload the trailer. I just was feeding the fireplace directly from the trailer. And,
So where does he keep all this wood? Because it has to be cured, doesn't it?
oh, he's got huge piles of split wood.
Well, I'm sure because he has a contract from, I don't know, possibly from even the city, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But he was busy.
Yeah.
The storm. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he is. Cam, my wife knew him back when, his previous wife, I forget what her name was.
Well, maybe it's his previous, I don't know any, last time I talked to him, his wife was a little too
Well, I mean, his current wife they've been married for quite a long time.
3 years.
Yeah.
Did you say you were around Estes Park? Is that where you went?
No, we were in Grand Lake, which is part of it, it's just on the outside border of the national park, but it's at the far end of this park is up here and we were down here.
Okay.
But we were at 8,500 feet, we were up high.
Okay.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh my God, snow covered mountains. And this cabin we rented was just incredible how to wrap around the board.
Yeah.
Actually, we took 2 colleagues with us.
Okay.
So they had places to run. We saw elk, we saw some animals, and great hiking trails. And, water was too cold. Oh my God, water was freezing. Little town of Grand Lake and Granby, which is a pretty lake as you lead up to Granby. Just darling town. It's
Okay.
Just beautiful. We didn't really want to go back next year. We only rented it for 2 nights. So
Okay.
So we had
it's a great
2
place to go.
houses
Yeah.
And
that
hope for
sold.
some animals to come by.
I am so ready for a vacation like that. I just
It was just wonderful.
One for
I haven't
7,000.
really done much in the last year and a half or 2 years now.
No, nobody
Another
had,
one
yeah.
that I thought was way overpriced. It's
Man,
over 5.
as I get older, the hot, humid weather here in the summer just
Brutal.
sucks the life out of me.
Well, I was going to Alaska for August.
Okay.
750,000.
I'm home in the summer now. I'm like, I hate it. But you know what? It was not. Even at 8,500 feet, it was not.
Okay,
Today.
yeah, but it's probably dry.
Surprisingly.
Still got
Oh, very
Yeah.
dry, yeah.
Yeah.
At night, morning, it was almost cool. You wanted to sit outside, you had to put a jacket on.
Okay,
And then same thing. in the evening.
yeah,
Great restaurants, cute little places.
Okay.
Just adorable. place to
Grand
go.
Lake, huh?
If you want to get out and just go away, I mean, it's Colorado, but it's just a great location.
Okay,
So where's yours?
This cabin, phenomenal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Oh,
The
man.
woods.
Well, next year, I'm sure. Okay.
Came home, the first night we went out for dinner.
Yeah, it's slim.
Home and it's dirt roads and stuff to get up to it. Twisty turning and blah,
Yeah.
blah. So we went out for dinner.
Yeah.
took longer than we thought we were going to, and it was dark when we came back.
The one
We
at
drove
500,000
for
was,
hours, it seemed like, it wasn't. Let's go here.
you know, you come down Lido, which is where the buck barns are.
We thought, well, we'll just spend the night in the car till
Before you
morning,
come
because we
down,
can't find
and
it.
the other
And we're about to go off,
left,
so they're
Yeah.
locked up in the house, so.
right after you make that
Anyway, we finally
left,
found it.
there
We
was
put crumbs
a
down.
house on the right. that
Yeah.
was- It was damaged.
And it was
It
really.
was really
I mean,
torn
if
up
you
by
just wanted
Harvey.
to go away
And
for
the
a
lady
week,
had been living a couple of
restaurants
years
and,
in a trailer in
people
the
shopping,
driveway.
not swim.
Okay.
It was boating.
Finally
Yeah.
got it. She ended up
Okay,
passing
I'm
away
awake there.
in the
Yeah,
meantime,
something
just,
like
you know,
that.
about
Okay.
6, 8 months
Well,
ago.
hiking trail, we took the dog.
But her-
Nothing.
And I guess her
Stressful.
son.
Yeah.
They're there.
As I gather, was
Okay.
a baseball
Great
player.
place.
I think minor league.
Yeah, we would need a place that takes dogs, take our dog with us.
Yeah. Very, very dog.
They finally
Okay.
got
And all the, and
the
this
new
is
house.
even
put
in
up.
town.
It's not, it's a nice, it's nice, but it's not
Okay.
terrible.
Yeah.
It's like an extremely dog-friendly town. You go to the beach, which is very small, and nobody.
And actually, I didn't even, it was not even
We took the dog
listed
down
that we
like
saw,
the
no-
boardwalk
no
on the beach, and everybody had
sign
their
on
dogs.
the,
Okay.
on the yard.
Stop and pat everybody's dog.
Yeah.
The other one,
Yeah.
the
Extremely
$750,000 one, this lady on
Gorgeous
Lakeview,
dogs,
Lakeview.
everybody wanted to pat.
Yeah.
And she is the staunchest Democrat I have ever seen. They just moved, they left on the 5th of June and moved to Costa Rica. Because she just tested Trump, and even after the election, said, you know, he still got his fingers in everything, blah, blah, blah. And they left, they
They
moved.
moved because of Trump.
Yes, that's,
Well,
yeah.
people said they were going to.
That's good.
Movie stars and stuff that never did.
So they actually left, they moved to Costa Rica. Got a, you know, really nice place there. But, they had, and I don't know how much to believe, but they, in the process of moving, it didn't sound like they could actually take a lot of stuff with them. And in fact, when they came, they had suitcases, but it's basically what you can take on the plane.
Okay.
And
You can't take furniture and stuff. You have to buy it all there.
And that's the difference between, we looked at Costa Rica, 20 years ago when we moved to Honduras. But Honduras allows you to bring in a container.
Do they?
Yeah, I brought a 40-foot container and appliances.
you put the truck in there.
I put the truck in.
And
I assume they let you take it out too.
Huh?
I assume they let you take it out as well.
I didn't,
You didn't.
it was, everything was 10 years old by the time
So you just sold it at the
left, so
house.
we just sold. We only we had taken a couple of antiques down with us, and we took those and created those back up. I took a 40-foot container down, which included the truck inside it, and I brought a 20-foot back, and it wasn't full.
There's a lot of places like I know you can't. If you go to Australia, for instance, you can't bring anything except for so much money and whatever you can carry. You can't bring furniture.
yeah, I don't know how their economy's done. I guess Costa Rica's done fairly well.
Costa Rica really came up the curve about the time we were looking to move to the Caribbean. Costa Rica had already gone up the curve.
We
It's a
were,
very safe country.
Huh?
It's a very safe country.
Yeah, and it had become a retirement community for, when we were looking, and they jacked the prices way up.
I've been there a couple of times on both coasts, and it's and the interior. It's a really lovely country.
yeah, we were, well, the one time I've been there was on a dive trip with Gary. We went out to Cocos Island off the west coast.
Yeah.
And it was a liveaboard dive boat. It was a day and a half to get out there, and then 7 days diving around Cocos Islands, and then a day and a half back. And
It's a ways out.
yeah, the guy that owned the boat, I don't think it was an aggressor. It might have been an aggressor. That he, no, I don't know what it was. But anyway, he was a young kid who had gone to college at LSU or something like that. I mean, he was Costa Rican, and he'd done either his master's thesis or something on improving the economy by promoting tourism. And part of his deal and his thesis was, to get to push the adventure tour kinds of things. So he got this, was a refitted research vessel. Refitted it for liveaboard dive boat operations. And he had another boat that he got, big boat, which just was stayed on the West Coast, going up and down the coast with people that, they would tour, take tours and jet skis and, that kind of tourism. And at least at the time, it was starting to take off. So, and that was, I don't know if you remember the trip with Gary, a friend of ours from Austin, and Gary and I went. The big thing with Cocos Island for diving was sharks. And they had lots of schooling hammerheads and stuff like that. But the friend I was diving with, he went down, I think at least 2 days before our trip, and before I actually flew down there, because he wanted to go up into the rainforest.
I've been up there, it's wonderful.
Well, he got up there and it started raining. And whoever it was, he had arranged to take him back into town, never showed up.
You take him down?
To take him back.
Oh,
so he's slogging through the mud and everything. And he finally came across a farmhouse, and the owner had a tractor and took him down into town on the back of a tractor. And his clothes were just, he just threw them out when he got into town. It was bad.
I know when we were in the rainforest, we left our vehicle someplace, I forget where, and then somebody picked us up like in a 4-wheel or whatever.
Yeah.
And drove us up to the top. We stayed, it was beautiful, but I can imagine trying to get down by yourself.
He's got the black market. It's just if it can go wrong for Derek, it will. Poor guy.
Unfortunate.
I usually don't.
How long did you say you were president of the HOA there in Harbor Oaks?
7 years.
Wow.
Oh, 7 years? How did you do that? Isn't it usually a 1-year term to 2 years?
Nobody won the job.
Well, yeah. Was that during the whole big crisis with what's his name's house, when they built the wall around it? That was probably before your time.
No, that was before my time.
Oh, there's a whole uproar in the whole.
Yeah, I was told about that one, but that was
They
before.
homeowner won.
Yeah,
After all kinds of legal fees on both sides, so. It was a big mess.
yeah, they picked the wrong lawyer.
Yes.
No, nobody wanted the job. And The guy that's in there now has been in there since I gave it up.
Okay.
And he must be going on 6 or 7 years.
Wow, okay. Because we have a hard time getting people to volunteer at the country club too, but so far we've gotten enough that, maybe not a full board of 7 people, but, we get 5 or 6, so.
Well, I could usually get them to come to the meetings, but not much else. But I finally said, gentlemen, you gotta find somebody else.
Yeah.
Enough is enough. I started as president the year after we put through the amendment to the deed restrictions to prohibit short-term rentals.
Okay, we did that in the country club here about 2 or 3 years ago now.
And we did it, it's been at least 10 years.
Okay.
What are they now, 1-year rentals?
Was it?
Is it 1-year rentals now or no rentals?
No, you can have rentals, but it has to be at least a month.
Okay, and we ended up 6 months with ours.
Yeah, I think ours was ended up a month.
Okay.
What percentage of the homeowners do you have to get to amend the deed restrictions like that?
At least 51% from each unit. So we have 4 units within the country club.
And we have 6.
And there's some things you vote on, I'm not sure exactly what they are, but there's some things you vote on that state law says you have to get 67% of the homeowners to agree. Yeah, we tried to get,
We walked the streets for
we ended up doing that
quite a
too.
while.
Yeah,
People sign up?
to get ballots returned. We had, we tried to get finding authority. 2019, I guess, because the HOA has 0 authority to do anything. We can't put liens on people's properties. We can't fine them. We can't do anything. And people so far haven't really figured that out. So when you ask them to do something, then most of the time people will do it. But there's a few people that go, yeah. And we really have no recourse. And so we tried to get finding authority, not because we were power hungry or, kind of thing, but it was like, we need some sort of leverage to coerce people to do things. And we just couldn't we got like 30%, 25% of the ballots back.
We can place liens. We
Okay.
can't fine, but we can place liens.
Okay, so Mr. Hayes was gonna be Zoom, but he just called in, it's gonna be regular phone.
Okay.
It's case number 661. So, I wanna go ahead and start, or you wanna wait till 10?
Well, start wait for.
I'm gonna get the rest of our group.
661.
Yeah, Hayes is
Right
the
over
last name?
top. Yep. So he's here in person.
No, on the phone.
Oh, on the phone.
Hello to you.
Q1, Q2, and other. The other is the same as Q1.
Yeah.
evaluation.
Is this a 10 o'clock?
Yes.
Right? Yeah, we got one on the phone. They're coming.
Is that a threat?
It was a warning.
They're really getting after you.
I had my nephew visiting from Wisconsin.
That sound is USB disconnects.
Yeah, I don't know what it's doing.
And I think there was a Windows update that changed. And
Please.
because I have a lot of like USB flash drives
Yeah.
that after a period of time, they're sitting there without any access. They'll disconnect.
But this would have been only in Windows 10.
Yes. Well, yeah. And it's, I have two machines that have that behavior,
And they're both 10.
and they're both 10. Now, there is a setting, to go fix that or change it, which seems to fix it. But when I hear that disconnect,
Charlie, when you are.
I don't.
Ready?
Yes.
Scott, you all set?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, let's do it. Is this a Zoom or a
It's gonna be on the phone.
phone?
You got it. Thank you, Scott.
This is Shane.
Hi, Shane, this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this morning?
Just fine, thank you.
We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the heart of the matter, so if you'll just follow along with me, I'll have some questions toward the end.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-661, account 24732. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the close of this hearing, a document will be created that has the particulars in it and will be sent to you by snail mail. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence?
I submitted that last week.
Very good, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Scott Wager, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Shane, I am assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Sutter. Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the appraisal district is true and correct.
Shane, are you a licensed appraiser?
I am not.
Okay. Do you have access to, or do you have on hand the hearing procedures time page?
I do.
Excellent. Do you, would you like to go first, or would you like Mike, the appraisal district, to go first?
Doesn't really, I don't really care either way.
The governor says you get to choose.
You guys can go first.
Okay, Mike, 5 minutes.
Okay, there's 3 things under protest. Incorrect appraisal market value, appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal, and the other that was on the protest form is that it says value very high. So, the 2 things.
I can barely hear you.
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm going to move closer so you can hear me.
Okay, thank you.
The 2 things, the 2 major things that are protest are appraised value and equal appraisal. Subject property had a valuation last year of 258 and change. This year, moving forward, we have a valuation of 273. This is Key Allegro Drive. This is CAD Drive right here. This is an area within unit, I believe it's unit 1 of that first Key Allegro. And there's a small street that's just dry. And there's also there's 2 areas, 2 small streets that are dry. They don't have any water attribute. They might have peak-good views. They're situated just so, but ultimately they're just dry. They're just dry.
No canal.
No canal. So this is why it's KA dry. So the 2 main things that are protest is market value. That's the why did it go up? And then how is it appraised in relation to its neighbors? That's the how. That's the equal appraisal. Subject property is 273 and change. See that we're 1075 square foot of the land. That's going to be important for the KA dry, the dry lot. Okay, moving forward, here's a pictometry imagery of the subject property right here. You can see that this is what I'm talking about. This is on Nassau and Lauderdale, and you can see these are all dry lots right here. Okay, moving forward, comp sales grid. It's not anything that the subject property owner did. It's just what the market's doing. These are all, you notice at the very top, the neighborhood of KA Drive, these are all dry lots. That's evidenced by the congruency that you see in the land value, 6,000 square feet, they're all 64,500 as far as land value. So I pulled just from Key Allegro dry sales. What did he sell for? First one sold for $318. That's a very fresh sale. That's March of this year. In comparison with the subject, it's a little bit better class, a little bit bigger. It's a little bit older than the subject from an effective age standpoint. All of those are appropriately adjusted. Renders a value of $297 change. Comp number 2 is 25 Lauderdale. That one sold in November for $259. That's just a consideration only. That's only the note. We don't even have full sale. But you can see that one is a 4MB, which is a masonry veneer, as opposed to the subject, which is a 4FB, which is a hardy plank or fiberboard. Other than that, it's 1,480 square feet, so it's a little bit bigger, and it's a little bit newer from the effective age. Both of those have negative adjustments and bring the value down to 251 and change. Comp number 3 is also another dry lot. That's on 32 Nassau Drive. Again, a very fresh sale. This is March of this year. Sold for $370,000. Okay, 4 FB for the subject, 5 FB for the comp. These are both pluses. It's bigger than the subject by a good little amount, about 600 square feet. It's newer than the subject. Both of those have large negative adjustments. You can see that the land element is identical. When you look at that value in relation to the subject, that's 330. This 297 median market value supports the value of 273 by a large degree.
Is that a verified sale?
Yeah, VR is verified residential is what it's saying.
Okay.
Yeah. Moving on to equity. So that was the why did it go up. Now, how is it appraised in relation to its neighbors? very comparable, it's very equitable. And you can see that by the median value of 274, we have 273 on the subject. What are other 4FBs appraised for? This 4FB, which is 28 Riviera, I guess a couple of houses down, is appraised at 319. It's a 4FB plus, just like the subject. It's a little bit bigger. It looks like 1,000 square feet bigger, but it's newer than the subject. There's a negative adjustment. You can see that it's a little bit, this one has a slightly different, must have a different, the price per square foot is different because it's actually got more value in the land. This one right here is as well. This is another 4 on number 4 Riviera. Oh, these are on Riviera. That's why it's on a different street. It's a different dry street. It's a little more valuable. But those are adjusted. This is the 4SS. That one gives you a rendered value of 266 and change. You have number 3 and number 7 Lauderdale giving you 303 and 258 respectively. 274 is the value which supports the median.
Okay. So Shane, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes to make your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer.
A total of 7 minutes to go?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll just start off with going back to the first 3 comps that you guys just went over. The one on Nassau, 14 Nassau, 25 Lauderdale, and 22 Nassau. So basically, the way I look at it is this way. I've taken the sales price that we have here on your document, and I'm looking at your cost per square foot. So when I factor in the size of these properties, comp 1's coming out to 184.41 a foot, 2 is 175.24 a foot, comp 3 is 197.97 a foot. These are all basically the same street as me or behind me. And factoring at my property being $1,232 or 1,232 square feet, if I were to use your comps that you provided me as your evidence, then comp 1, taking their square foot, my house would be valued at $227,193. Comp 2 would be $215,891, and comp 3 $243,895. And that's based on the square footage of these cells against the same square footage of my property. When I factor that, going down to some of these other comps that you were looking at, I was factoring in the ones that are closer to my property. Same scenario. When you take the cells to my square foot versus the size of their properties, essentially the cost per square foot based on these comps is factored against mine. The valuation would be less than the 273 you guys have me quoted at. In addition to that, I just don't completely understand how my house from 2017 over the last 3 years can go up 70% in value. It's gone up 25% in 19, 25 in 2020, and about 6% this past year. So it's gone up almost 70% in the last 4 years, which I believe is that's just absurd if you ask me. In addition to that, and I know you guys use comps as your basis, which is great for you because as people who are looking to get out of the cities and move to areas that are less populated, such as Rockport or coastal areas, as more people are working from home, these people are able to come in and they're just buying properties at whatever dollar amount. They don't care what they're paying for, but that's negatively affecting those of us who have homes in this area for a while. So there's a bunch of money coming in, buying houses, it's bidding wars. So my point there being, of course you take comps, because that's the easiest way for you to be able to bump the tax base as easily as possible without really any other consideration. So the documentation that I provided you guys for my evidence, and I don't know if you have it in front of you, but I said it to Barbara, I've gone down this street, I've gone down Nassau and Lauderdale, and I found I don't even know how many houses here, about 10 or 12 houses that are comparable to my house. And basically, I took the dollar amount that you guys have on your tax rolls. I'll use an example, 24 Nassau, right next door to my house. Y'all have that house appraised at $172,660. That's your assessed value. That house has gone up 42% since 2014. That square footage of that house is about the same size as mine. It's 1,168. And if you take the valuation of that, it's 147.83 a foot. And I can quote numbers of these houses. Here's another one, 14 Nassau, 147.85 a foot. It's gone up 71% in 7 years. 26 Nassau, gone up 84% in 7 years. Its cost per square foot based on your assessment is 1,779. 2 Nassau, 55% in 7 years, 175.69. So on and so forth. I can continue to quote these up and down the street. If I take these properties on average, and I take a look at the 12 properties and just compile those together and take an average of that, then that average works out to be 162.84 a foot across these 12 houses, which are similar structure, same street, as you said in your evidence, all of dry streets, no canals, virtually same sizes within a couple of hundred square foot of one another. That, and taking that average of those 12 houses combined, I can even take the highest one that's come out, and my house should be valued much less. The average here of these 12 is 162.84. Again, based on your appraised assessment values on your website, that would take my house at 1,232 foot to be 200,618. Now I understand that that's probably not the value of my house, but I don't believe that my house should increase by 70% in the last 3 years. And it's just, I don't know how much time do I have left.
Minute 45.
I don't mean to beat a dead horse here, but I mean, you know, again, I don't know if y'all looking at my evidence, but I mean, even if I go through here and I take trying to find the highest one real quick. Even at the highest one that I have of all the houses up and down the street at 180.15 for 1,480 feet, which is very similar to some of the properties you've used in your comp analysis that you provided me as your evidence. That's $180.15 per square foot based on the valuation of 268 for a house that's more than 200 square foot larger than mine. So if I take that and multiply that by the 1,232, which is the size of my house, that would be 221,945. So my rebuttal to you guys is I understand the comps that you use, because again, that's the easiest way for you to pull that information and use those calculations to show, oh my gosh, your house needs to go up $50,000 because everything around it's gone up $50,000. Well, I don't agree with that. I'm looking at the numbers that you guys personally have, the appraisers, you know, I think his name's Mike Soto, the chief appraiser. These are your numbers for you and your team that are out adjusting these properties that I use as my evidence for similar properties, much closer in similarities than the ones that you're using for your comps. And I do firmly believe that based on your numbers and the cost per square foot, that my house needs to actually be reduced based on what I provided you with my evidence. So there's that. I'm not going to continue forward because I can just talk all day about why I believe my house should not be valued as it is.
Okay, great
I
timing.
have a question. I have one question real quick.
All right.
And basically what I'd like to know is, if you guys can even provide this information, over the last 1 to 3 years, what is your assessment? Maybe Mr. Soto can address this better since this is what he does for his living, that the valuations have gone up on average in Rockport, like just across the board, 7%, 50% in the last 3 years. I mean, every house that I look at has gone up 50 to 60% in the last 3 to 4 years. And so I'm curious across Rockport as a whole, what are you seeing as increased costs, appraisals for comps?
Right.
That percentage increase was.
Yeah, an answer for that question would be great if I had that analysis in front of me. I don't, sir. It's different for different areas. You might see some areas that increase at a larger percentage than other areas. I don't have that information right in front of me. So I'm going to go ahead and, what do I have? Cross and rebuttal?
Yeah. 4 minutes. Oh, yeah. No, actually, you have cross-examination and rebuttal. Okay, so 4.
So I've provided, as far as like my equity comps, I've tried to provide other fours. It would be great to do an analysis to say, okay, you take every property and you take the value and you divide it by the square footage. That is a method, but it doesn't appropriately adjust for all of the things. Being, you could be mixing class 5s with class 3s, you could be mixing square footages, you could be looking at different effective ages, different lot values. Many of these lot values are the same. So that's one thing of congruency. What I would point out is that, like is this equity? This is the equity stuff. What I would point out is that for stuff on Lauderdale, this is, again, I'm trying to pull other fours because I'm trying to get congruency here. The difference is the size. So I'm in the effective age, but those are adjusted appropriately. In every turn, these are adjusted appropriately. The congruent thing here is just the land value. And the first two, I guess, go down. See how these are Riviera? The difference here, these are both on Riviera. What's the difference? Well, the land value is more. So there's a negative adjustment there. So, again, you have to account for all of the differences. I know that the property owner would not like to account for the differences, but there are differences amongst every house. The congruency is the land table, the land value. As far as the market value, I don't control which sales actually sell. I don't control which properties actually sell. I just analyze the data when we go to the sales data here. I just analyze the data and I see what are the most congruent things. What are all these things have in common? Well, they're all part of KA Drive. They're all part of this dry lot house sales in the Allegro. And the reality is you got 318, 259, and 370, I think is the last one. 370. Those are the real sales that I have. I'm not determining the market value. The market is saying what these things are worth. So I just try to extrapolate that data. Let's look at this one. This is comp number 3. Happens to be on the same street. Comp, the subject is 22. The comp is 32 NASA. Is that relevant to the subject? Of course it is. It's on the same street. What are the congruencies that I see? Well, the land value is identical. What is another congruency that I see? Well, the classes are within one class. They're both hardy plank homes. The comp is better. There's a big negative adjustment for that. It's bigger than the subject. And you can see that on the MA2. There's a negative adjustment for the comp. This thing is adjusted negative $40,000. But the market is telling you that the subject is worth more. Now, to go in just, I tried to follow along, go into some of his evidence. I could be glad to look at any of, like just doing the price per square foot thing. But this is one Lauderdale, I guess is what we did. I don't know. I don't know that the class is on here, but the land is very congruent. It's almost 2021. Yeah. Go down. Pull it up to see if there's a class on here. Yeah, it's a 4SS plus. So it's a 4, but it's not an FB. And notice that it's a 1983. I don't know the effective year, but it's much smaller than the subject. You have to account for all of these differences. And so I adjust for all of these things. Either it's a plus or a minus based on whether it's better than the subject or worse than the subject. I'm required to prove market value. I'm required to show equity. And that's what I've done in my grid.
Okay, Shane, you have 2 minutes then for rebuttal, and then we'll go to closing.
All right, well, I'll just take these 2 comps we just talked about, comp 3 and 4 in the equity, which are basically right behind my house. So if you take the 340 that it's sold for, which based what I'm looking at, it says 4FB plus with a star across the board for the class unit price adjustment, all 3 of them, same land size, same land values. Houses are, my gosh, comp 3 looking at that one versus looking at mine are almost same. That looks like they have a 2-car garage, and I don't have a car garage on the bottom. Mine's open space, they have theirs enclosed. That comp 3 is 1,626 feet, so it's 400 foot larger than mine. So if you take the sales price and divide that into the square footage, I mean, basically, that works out to be $209 a foot, which make my house value at $257, using this exact identical comp. And then I can even go over top four, it's a smaller home, but it still works out. And if I even were to take your adjusted numbers, like you talked about all these negative things that you're taking away. So if I went to the 303,816, divided that by the 1626, that's 186,85. That's 230,197, but my house valuation was not. And I think that's probably the closest comp you're gonna get. It's essentially behind my house, if you up and down. It's identical as far as class unit, size of lot, everything. You even have an adjusted year bill dated 2011 versus 2003, which means it's a higher value, but you have a negative next to it. So if I were to take even the 340 and sold that and the 303 that you've adjusted it at, we're looking at 203 or 230 or $250,000 in valuation for a similar comp, and that's using your own information that you've provided me. And so to sit there and say that you can't use the two, based on whatever you said is, I think.
Okay,
it's
you're
ludicrous.
out of
Yeah.
time.
The last thing I'm gonna close with is this. I know you said you're gonna make an announcement. Or I guess a closing.
You want your minute of
Um,
closing now?
Well, I got maybe about 30 seconds to a minute, I'm done.
Okay.
So one thing I'd like to bring to attention is I pulled each of you guys out just to see what's going on with y'all's properties. My house went up 69% in 4 years. Mr. Powers, yours has only gone up 17% in 7 years. Hoffman, yours has gone up 14% in 7 years. And Robert Davies has gone up 8% in 7 years. And Mr. Wagner has gone up 3% in 7 years. Now, I get that these are houses that aren't, some are on the golf course, some are in other areas of town. The bottom line is, how can certain houses go up 70% across the board in many cases on Key Allegro? Understand it's a more lucrative area. People that live there tend to have more money. So you guys are, I'm assuming, feeling like y'all can squeeze extra money out of these people with valuations. The bottom line is, y'all houses have gone up minuscule amounts.
Okay, Mike, you got 1 minute for your closing.
What I want to close with is, if we go back to our sales grid, I think the last point he was making, or trying to make here, was that we do all these adjustments. Is this the sales grid? Go to the sales grid. You do all these adjustments here, and then you take this number and then you divide it by the square feet. This is already taken into account. That's why it has a median value. There's 3 values after you're doing all these adjustments. And let me go to comp number 1 and 2 again. The comp number 1 sold for 318, but when you adjust it, it kicks out a value of 297 in comparison to itself. It's making all the calculations. Comp number 2 sold for 259, but it has less of a net adjustment at 251. And the last one sold at 370, but it's negatively adjusted and it has a value of 330. When you take the median of those 3 comps, it's kicking out a value of 297, which well supports the value of 273. Furthermore, the equity value is showing 274 to support the value of 273. I don't have anything further.
Okay. So we've got 5 minutes to deliberate. There's no question. The Allegro is hot.
Oh, yeah.
Extremely hot.
Yeah.
And it may be.
I can't hear what you're saying, sir.
I'm sorry. They say that there's no doubt that Key Allegro is a hot property. And that people are moving in with lots of money and paying high prices for those houses. But the appraisal district is required by law to appraise at market value.
I think that the district is true, both from equity and sales standpoint. I think they support the value firm assessment.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see any reason for adjustment here.
I think we're getting, Mr. Protester, I think that as Mr. Stover pointed out, we're getting more hung up on price per square foot as opposed to the actual market value of these properties from the assessment.
Price per square foot, you have to adjust for garages, porches, you know. And the district has done that, but the protester has not, so. Okay, you ready for?
Yep.
So I'm gonna move on case ID 2021-661, account number 24732. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or the equity value, that the 2021 appraised value of 273,470 should remain.
Oh, I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Shane, thank you very much for participating.
Quick question, do you guys ever fine for the protesters?
Oh, yeah.
Ever?
Of course we do.
Yeah, significant amount of the time.
Okay, well, I'll tell you this much, I'll be submitting all my findings for y'all's houses and y'all's living growth to,
No, Shane.
the three
Shane, that-
channels in
our houses are
Turkey to
completely different.
investigative reporters to review this process because this is a sham.
Will you just do that, Shane?
I will, absolutely will.
Well, and you gotta look over a wide area.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's perfectly
Thank
fine,
you,
y'all can
Shane.
laugh all you want, you don't think this is a damn joke. but this
No,
is
we
reality.
don't. We take our job very seriously.
Yeah, I can tell, seriously, to screw the people that pay more money, I agree with that.
Thank you, Shane.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Yeah, compare your house in Coconut Ridge, Coconut Bay, with different neighborhood, different house, different. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Do we have anybody else?
I can go check, certainly can.
Please.
One thing
I gotta make a decision here.
is how
Good.
much.
Nobody else?
That's it.
That's it. Nobody else?
That's it?
Holy.
So we went past 10:15.
Nobody's here. Y'all are free.
So,
Well,
Our afternoon though, we do have an agent, or not agent, sorry, mobile home park. So there's gonna be all of 130
okay.
and they go into
Multiple,
3.
multiple
And they
properties.
turn in all of their stuff, so they're good.
okay, so if I don't make it back by 1:30,
Okay, I'll
do
read
your
you.
thing.
Right.
Unexpected, I had the fever.
Come back on.
We're still on this, I think.
Yeah, we can,
Recess to
we
1:30.
can recess till 1:30. Okay. All right, we are rocking and rolling here. Okay, the next hearing that we have is a set of hearings that are set for 1:30 and they spill over to 3 o'clock.
You're on the phone.
There is
Just so you
one,
know.
Okay, thank you. And so we have our first, they're a Zoom meeting or a telephone hearing, and they'll be calling, you'll start the hearing, you'll just call them and we'll start working through the property.
Okay. Do y'all know what order you want to do it?
Yeah, in the order they're on the sheet. 371. 273.
6, 8, 81. Sign all the paperwork up front.
371.
Individual sheet.
I have individual ones. I don't know if y'all want to sign them all at the same time.
Might as well just pass them around and start doing it.
Yeah.
Now do it later. There's like 8 or 9. More.
They also go into the 3 o'clock. So.
Okay.
And their Aransas Bay is the same as Liberty.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're
Okay.
same business.
Yeah, you're right. It is the same address.
They could do it, well,
Do we have another one of these tablets?
Yes. Did that one die?
Well,
Shuts off after.
no.
Break it.
Probably.
Get that to this email.
Anyway, this one might like you better.
we're not ready. Hey, Mike.
Okay. Call them up.
Okay, oh, I didn't,
Yeah,
I talked to these people, so.
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
that's what they'll present, and we'll present.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to, I didn't know if you knew, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first one's gonna be the 371
Huh?
for the kids number?
No,
Yes.
I wanna say they're older.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello, this is Charlie Powers.
Yes, sir.
Who am I speaking to?
This is Dana Fowler.
Dana?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What, are you representing the,
Yes, Aransas Bay Mobile Home Park of Rockport and Liberty Home.
okay. What position do you hold with this? Are you the owner or?
I am directly underneath the owner. I manage all of his parks.
Do we have a
I don't know, ask her.
assignment of, what is it called?
An appointment of agent?
Appointment of agent?
Or was she the one that signed the affidavit?
No and no. He had an emergency, and so he was called me this morning and said, can you handle this?
Can't do that.
Yeah, we need
Well,
a,
if we have an affidavit, the affidavit can be read. Was the affidavit, let me look at the account. And I'm sorry, what was your name, Monica?
No, I'm Dana.
Yes, Dana, I'm just looking at the let me look at the affidavit real quick. So if I go to taxpayer evidence, number one. It's the account, and then it it's just the, okay. Finance agreement, hold on.
It'll be the last evidence.
Okay. Okay, the last evidence,
If you,
hang on,
go ahead.
the property owner's affidavit of evidence was signed by Bryant Fitz.
Yes, sir.
And,
He is the owner.
okay, he's the owner. And so it says, I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing. This affidavit or evidence may be submitted with it, may be used for the hearing if I do not appear at the hearing. That's the information that the board has to work with. So, she can be on there.
He's not here, and her name doesn't appear anywhere.
That's correct, but she's welcome to be on the call. She hasn't sworn, I mean, she doesn't have an affidavit.
No,
That's what I was trying to look at.
I agree.
So we need to read.
Can we forward one to your office quickly and
We have a copy.
What's that?
We have a copy of the affidavit.
But she's not the person.
She's not the person
I
on it.
understand it.
but my name is not on that?
Beth,
But my name is not on the affidavit.
that's
I
correct.
can't,
Did she call like a few minutes ago? Okay, so are you asking to get affidavits for each one of these, miss? Do you have a
if
notary?
that's what we're hoping,
Do you have a notary?
whatever.
Do you have a
Do
notary?
I have enough room?
Do you have a notary
Yes, I
that's
do.
really close to you?
Yes,
I guess, I mean,
How far is the notary?
say it
in the
loud.
next office.
Who's not signing?
Right. 'cause we
She's
don't have a- we
she's
don't have a-
signing herself.
Yeah.
Right?
What's that?
She's just signing herself. He's not signing.
We don't have an appointment of agent.
He didn't appoint her as agent.
Yeah.
So even if she signs an affidavit.
No,
So she's not even appointment of it, yeah.
no,
You have to make this decision.
this can't work.
Well, no, that's not necessarily true.
No.
The owner has submitted an affidavit
Mhm.
to be read into the record. It can be heard and read into the record. But since the subject property owner has not appointed her as an agent to speak on her behalf,
You can't say anything.
right? Because the owner, the absent owner, turned in an affidavit and said, please read this in my absence. That's what he checked.
So we can read that.
So we can do it as an
We
affidavit
can do
only.
it as an affidavit. Ma'am,
Yes,
my name is Michael Soto. I was looking into the account just to see if do we have an appointment? We don't have an appointment of agent. Jackie, you make sure that we do not, Beth? We do not, right?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay, so we're looked in the record. We don't have an appointment of agent for the property in question. But we do have an affidavit from the owner, which we can read.
We have an affidavit on each one of the properties, I guess.
Should, Beth, do we have an affidavit on each one of the
Yes.
properties?
Yes.
Yes. So we do have an affidavit for all of these properties. We should read these.
All right.
Read them as affidavits, I guess.
Read them as affidavits.
No, we can't. We can read them as affidavits, but Dana would have no purpose here in this meeting.
Dana's just like a citizen listening.
Yeah.
So she can actually listen online, like on the YouTube if she wants to, or
She can't put this in.
no.
but I can't discuss,
What's that?
but I can't discuss or dispute
You can't,
the donor amount.
no, you can be a quiet listener.
That's hard to do.
God.
To be a quiet listener, is there any way that we can reschedule this? I know that is a huge inconvenience, but I don't know what type of emergency he had. He just sent me a message and said, please take care of this.
The problem is, he did not check, there's 3 boxes for the hearing type. One is, I do not intend to appear at the hearing. He did not check that box. The second is, I intend to appear at the hearing. This affidavit may not be used if I do not appear at the hearing, which he did not check. The third box that he checked is, I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing. This affidavit and the evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear at the hearing. And that's the situation that we have right now.
Yes, so can I call him on, can I add him on a conference call and him give permission
Give permission to do what?
to speak with me?
That's not good enough.
No,
You would have to have an appointment of agent on file prior to the hearing. Like,
Okay,
it's not that I don't believe you, but there's a reason why we have affidavits and appointment of agents and
I understand.
forms. Because we have people that have called in the past that have represented themselves in different ways.
Okay,
So it's not like the hearing's gonna take place because he presented all kinds of evidence. And this board's gonna take the position, you know, they're gonna read every case and they're gonna make a decision on the evidence that the property owner presented.
All right.
okay, so and I can't say anything at this point to disappoint, because there's a few things that I have noticed that I'm not sure he included, and it's basically square footage. You know, we're being, a house that's 800 square foot, we're being taxed the same amount as a house that's 1,216 square foot.
Now, you can't do this.
Okay,
It
Okay.
has to be in the evidence that's on
Yeah,
the system.
and for years future, ma'am, if you wanna help the owner, then both of y'all should sign an affidavit so you could, and he would, you know, an appointment of agent and form. That way he gives you the authority to speak on his behalf, and then you have an affidavit that swears to the facts that you present. But what the board has before them is an affidavit from the property owner and no appointment of agent. So they have to proceed according to the rules that they
I understand.
have procedures.
Okay,
All right.
All right.
Would you
thank
like
you
to,
very much.
would you like to remain, I mean, you can watch on YouTube. We have a YouTube channel that's live right now. It's
Okay,
up-
how do I go to
You
that?
just go to aransascad.org and do ARB meetings. We even have a button that says YouTube live channel. You click it and you should be able to see us all, okay?
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
He's not gonna be happy.
You ready?
I mean, this is your meeting.
No, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. In that case, we're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-371, account 88208-20812. This is a affidavit hearing. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I,
Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
Beth, like, please. And if you'll go to the taxpayer evidence number 3, we'll start with the affidavit. Property owner's affidavit of evidence for 8820812, Aransas Bay MHP Rockport LLC. It gives a Houston address, a Houston phone number. The property description is 1907 FM 3036, lot 81, Rockport, Texas 78382. And it gives Legacy Housing LTD. It gives a serial number associated with that property. The incorrect appraised market value is the box that's checked. It says we paid a total of $33,610.86 for this mobile home. Scroll down. The box that's checked is I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing. This affidavit and the evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear at the hearing. If you decide later to appear by telephone conference call, you must provide written notice to the ARB at least 10 days before the hearing and submit your evidence with an affidavit if not previously done. It's signed in the County of Harris by Bryant Fitz. My name is Brian Fitz. I'm sound capable of making this affidavit and personally acquainted with the facts in this affidavit as well as its materials attached into this affidavit. I'm submitting and offering this materials as evidence and argument for the ARB consideration at the contest for the property described in section 2 of this affidavit. Any materials submitted with this affidavit were generated or collected by me or for me and are the original or exact duplicates of the original. Any materials I'm submitting for this evidence are a total of 2 pages or images and described in section 4 of this affidavit. I'm attaching any materials in paper form or a small portable electronic device such as CD, USB drive, USB flash drive or thumb drive onto which images or materials have been loaded as prescribed by the hearing procedures. The facts contained in this affidavit are true and correct, and the information reflect any evidentiary material attached to this affidavit are true and correct. Signed on the 2nd day of June 2021 by Brian Fitz before Notary Public Rachel and Martin Deckelman. So is that the end of the second page, I guess?
That's it.
For the record, when I read subsequent things, I'm just going to say Brian Fitz on the second because I've read this once. I'm just telling you I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
So go to the evidence, the one that's just, I guess, number 1. Here's the statement of ownership and location for the subject property. The date issued was 5/14 of 2018. The mobile home in question is this label number. There's a serial number associated with it. There's a size of 1216 square feet. It says the date of the manufacturer was this. The effective date of transfer was that, which is date of manufacturer is 12/14 of 17. Effective date of transfer was 1/11 of 2018. This is the physical address, which is 1907 3036, number 81. It went from Aransas Bay Mobile Home Park of Rockport LLC to Legacy Housing LTD in Fort Worth. So,
Is it the other way around, Louis?
I'm sorry. It went from seller to owner. I'm sorry. Yes, you are correct.
Happened in January 11th of 2018, so approximately 3.5 years ago.
Mhm.
Okay, so we're not talking new mobile homes here.
Okay. There's the list. Okay, that's everything on that page. And evidence number 3 is the property card. We have a value that we had last year, 38,031. This is the notice of appraised value card. It has a proposed valuation of 37,220. Somebody wrote, there's a handwritten note on here that says 36,199.86. I believe that was what the claimants claimed that they paid for it. That's what they hand wrote on.
Actually, 33,610 is what they claimed.
Okay.
But go ahead.
So 30, I just read that aloud
Yes.
because somebody wrote on that.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's just go back to the top page.
Sorry.
Yeah, otherwise, this is just a notice of appraised value. This is sent, like each one of these are sent to every property owner in the county. This one happens to be for the account number in question, which is 8820812. It has a notice value of $37,220. Somebody hand wrote a number of $36,199.86. I don't know what that is. Scroll down.
May I ask a question, Mike?
Sure.
On your
Notice.
statement or your notice up there, it looks like the value went down. Is that because it's on a depreciation schedule?
Yes, typically it's just, if there's no appreciation, then it's just on a downward slope.
Okay.
A minor declination. All right, continue on. This is the next page. It says Legacy Housing Ltd. There's a phone number attached there, Legacy MHP Sell and Finance Agreement. So I believe this was the seller, the owner, which is Bryant Allen, sold to Brian Fitz, I think was the owner.
Mm-hmm.
And anyways, this is the transaction. I believe one of these,
The
there's a
first
check,
one,
there's a check here for,
this.
there's a check here for 25,000. It's L81, is that right?
That's the one we're talking about.
Okay.
So
There's a check here that says $25,277.30. If you look at L81, which is the model number, yes.
Sorry, Mike, that's the lot number.
The 36,199 was the total.
that check amount is right there.
Gotcha. Yes.
Down payment due, or part of a down payment due.
Right. So this particular one was a check that had multiple mobile homes associated with it.
Mhm.
And the number that was handwritten comes from this number right here, 36,199.86, which if you go back to the top, I think that matches that number right there.
Yeah.
So I think that that's where that number comes from. Continue down.
Just the cost in
So this
2017.
So this was the purchase. It's the model, order, invoice, total, freight included, and then there's a total. And then you can see that all of these were purchased for this amount, this 218 and change. There was a 15% down payment required. And then there was freight included in that. And then it calculated that, you know, you had to go from the 32,000 plus the 13 plus the 780 plus the 3,700. I think gets to this total down payment of 50, which I think they required half down for that, which is where this check number matches the 25,277.30 cents.
Okay.
And then they say what they're going to finance. And this says that this was executed on the 15th day of September of 2017. There's no property owner or property owner agent to cross-examine, but I will, with the remainder of their time, I will try to answer any questions or go back to any of these that you want to look at.
I have a question. Okay, so even though this transaction took place in 2017, it does represent a sale. And back to your question about depreciation, would this have represented a lower boundary, or would there, upon which depreciation would lower further through time, assuming no improvements? Or is there through the years from 2017 to 21 some increases that might be reflected due to market value?
Okay, so I haven't presented my case at all.
Okay.
But what I would say is that this is the evidence provided by the property owner, which is establishing a purchase price for a mobile home It looks to have the freight included. That's all I can say, because it looks like that's what they paid for that mobile home.
One mobile home or multiple?
Well, there's multiples, but the one in question, I believe, is the L81,
Just one.
I believe. Yeah, there's three identifiers there. And the reason that the 81 is important is because it matches the lot 81 of the legal description, which is our,
Your evidence package.
yeah, it matches that. In answer to the question of depreciation, I don't think I would ask that of the property owner or property owner's agents, but to try to answer the question, depreciation is just one of the factors of the market force, meaning that you have a natural declination or depreciation of value. If you can imagine this house, it costs something to build. So the sticks and bricks have some inherent value that steadily declines over time. And then you have market forces that push it up or down, that either enhance it, like enhance it going down or push against it going up if a market value went up. So I can't say with any certainty what it would do. It wouldn't formulate a basis for our cost models as they apply to class. Would not. Because it's so close that it wouldn't establish a different marker. And we would have to have many of them to change our entire schedule method. It would just be a market value outlier, a little bit high, a little bit low, whatever it is.
And it is market value that's being challenged or protested in this.
The appraised value is the thing under question.
Yeah. Okay.
Any more questions as far as the property owner? Okay. All right, so I'm going to go into my evidence. So in answer to the question, what does a mobile home sell for in Aransas County? We're going to get to that. We currently have 37 and change on the subject property. It has a main area. You would ask yourself, where's the land in this? Scroll up a little bit. No, I'm starting down a little bit. There's no land information. This is just a mobile home by itself. Why? Why don't I have land with it? Because the land underneath is a park. It's called Alpha Delta Charlie. Those are the well, scroll down, let me see. This one's on 3036. It's not Alpha Delta Charlie, it's on 3036. So there's a mobile home park that's being assessed for all the CTPs. That's on a different account. Okay, this is just a mobile home. This property owner purchased a mobile home and brought it here to put on his or her lot, his or her park. Okay, this is the park off of Chaparral in 3036. Here's this. This is one of those mobile homes. I don't have it identified. It's lot 31 in here. Okay, that might be where the X is, maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. This is the one in question. We have it as a 4 S16. S stands for single wide. 16 stands for 16 feet wide. The classification of the home is not always indicative of the actual size of the home, meaning sometimes you have a 15.5 or something like that, but we just go with the dimensions of whatever it is. So however wide it is what we measure. We have 1,216 square feet.
Are your classes 1 through 7 like a house or something different?
Classes are a little bit different. Classes go from 1 through 6. So there's not like a real middle, like a 4 is not a middle one. It'd be like a 3.5. It's like a middle or 3, somewhere in that is the middle. So we do have 1 to 6. These are all 4s, meaning that the thing that's important here is this number matches the number that's on the statement of ownership and location, which we saw earlier. So that square footage appears correct. The date of manufacture, the effective date appear to match the statement of ownership and location in 2017. What are other things sell for? This is another mobile home that happens to be a 4, but it's a 4S14 right here. So it's 14 feet wide rather than 16. Smaller than the subject. but it has land with it, so you have to take the land element out. What did that one sell for? That one sold for $80,000. How old is it? It's a 1988 mobile home. So in trying to answer some of the question about like, what are all the market forces? You have depreciation going down, but you have market forces just jacking it way up. So this particular value that's abstracted from this sale produces a value of 42 and change for this particular mobile home when compared to the subject. Comp number 2 is on Morrow Street. That's a verified mobile home with land sale that sold for $50,000. Another 4S14. It's only 784 square feet, 1993 effective age. Renders a value of $23,577 when compared to the subject. It's an old mobile home that sold for $50,000. But you have to pull the land out of it. There's $31,000 with the land, $31,800. Okay. Next one. Again, here's 2 more. You're pulling the land out of both of these equations. You're just taking the land completely out. What's left? You're taking the TP that's associated with that completely out of the equation. And all you have left is mobile home once this is done. That's what you have over here. This one sold for $60,000, renders a value of 36 and change. This is an old mobile home, originally built in 1979, has had some things done on the inside to make it better. Effective age 2004. This one, same kind of thing, 1995, has had some things to make it be better. Again, it renders a value of $50,521. Most of these are smaller. Most of these are older. You're taking the land out of the equation, and at the end of the day, you're left with a sale of 60, 92.9. Go back. Or do I have more? Do I have more? Here's another one on Mac Road. You know, this is closer. This is closer as far as size. You know, this size is great. You know, that's a match. There's a just small difference in class. Having to take away the $28,000 worth of land, and you're left with 42 and change here. That one sold for 65. So the market forces, in my opinion, are pushing this thing up. That's all that we're left with. I think our evidence package may include some voluminous thing, but let's go to our sales ratio. Equity's not under protest, so these are all of the comps. There's 7 pages worth of mobile home sales. Sorry, it's sideways.
I'm sorry, I'm trying.
Keep going a little bit more. I need to see the number of, or maybe go back one.
I was gonna try to turn it.
Yeah, you're about 82%.
82.
No, I'm looking for the number of sales. You go back one page, please. Is it at the bottom? No, it's not at the bottom.
No, it's a.
So go to the last page and I need to
It's
see the number of sales. 56, there it is.
I know, sorry, it kicked out.
There's 56 mobile home sales. Most of them include land, and you have to make the adjustment for the land. We're at 82% on all those, meaning we're still not to where the market needs to be, even after. We're still not where we need to be. That's what I've got.
Okay. I have a couple questions if it's appropriate for me to talk now. I'm still trying to match in my mind a couple things. One is the 2020 appraisal was 38,030, and this one has 37,220.
Right.
Your equity grid, while equity is not protested, does have 37,220. Is that where the current value is coming from the equity grid?
The core value is coming from our class for that size grid times the number of square feet for the effective age. It's coming from a matrix. It's coming from just like all classes do. This one happens to be a 4S16. And in that class for that year, for that size, times the square footage gives you a price per square foot that's kicking out a number of 37 and change.
mean, you can't talk about this is pretty more advanced cases, but for others that have got.
On the equity group, yeah, but they're all in that same
Same part.
part, right? I'm just trying to figure out how you get to 37 to 20 on your property card. The other thing, and while you're looking at the property card, is there doesn't appear to be any setting for the neighborhood adjustment. I don't know if there should be or if that's influencing anything. Because I know that came up in another hearing that we had where it was missing. And you said, since it was missing, it was applying some default values that shouldn't have been the case.
That was for a house, straight up house.
All right.
This one,
We're not including land.
yeah, this land is not, it's appraised, just the account, the land element account is not, it might be protested in one of the other accounts, but it's not here. The only thing under protest is the mobile home itself.
But is the neighborhood adjustment only appropriate on land or?
I would think so.
No, it can't, you can have an influence, so the answer could be yes. The answer could be yes, meaning that hypothetically, we could say a mobile home park in Aransas County, these transact so much better than those over there. But typically you account for that, in what's called a paired sales analysis. We don't have any information that says a mobile home over here transacts either more or less than anywhere else in the county. We just don't have that information. We just don't have it. Meaning that I can't say that this mobile home park, location-wise, transacts more or less than the one in Aransas Pass. Because the ones in Aransas Pass are selling for 90 or 65 or something. And then when you take out the land, it just supports the value that if you remove everything else that's absent, there is no location modifier. I just don't have any information to tell you that it's going up or down. So that's why I appraise them equally.
Okay.
It meets the median equity group.
Yeah. Sales grid, which is what's under protest.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion on case ID 2021-371, account number 8820812. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that the $37,220 appraised value for 2021 remains unchanged.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, case closed. Since these are all the same owner, we'll forego the, what?
Are they the same owners of the trailers?
I think so.
Or
Yeah.
individuals on the trailer?
Yeah, they're Aransas Bay Mobile Home Park of Rockport LLC.
And they all, the people rent these.
Mm-hmm.
I believe so.
Since they're all the same,
They were all bought at the same time.
we'll forego the preamble and go right to the swearing in.
Where's Beth?
I don't know.
Case ID 372 is good.
Yeah.
I just checked it.
Is that the next one you want, 372?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is not relevant.
Did you get her? Did you call her?
I just texted her because she hasn't said anything.
Okay, you want to start you don't need to do the preamble, you just want me to swear in?
I gotta swear to the 4166 first.
Okay, go ahead.
I, Charles Parrish, let me see, hoping. Hearing on case number 2021-372, account
Please, Jackie. Please,
8821725.
Jackie, can you tell Beth that we need to go already? Okay,
I,
thanks.
Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41, section 4166.f.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I will not communicate with a person in violation of tax code 41.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
My name is Michael Stoner, do solemnly swear that the testimony shall present to the prison review board that this county prison is true and correct. Val, what do you?
I don't have anything. Beth was working on consolidating the affidavits, so she's back there. Yeah, she was wanting me to come after all the way, and then she was gonna bring a consolidated one, but I'll let her know it's already started.
You have a consolidated affidavit?
Mhm.
Or swearing for me?
Not including, yeah, for both the board and you. Not including the one you just did. For the rest of them. Just for the rest. If y'all want to, otherwise we can do the individual one.
What do you have in your 72, 372?
372, 73, 76, 82, 83, 78, 81, 69.
Okay. I will be glad to modify my swearing. If you're one
That's 372 there.
That's
Yeah.
372, yeah. I'll pull it off.
Let's just swear it again and do all.
Yeah, so the first one's good, I already did it, it's not included.
So go ahead and swear in all those numbers and sign, and we'll be done.
We need to open a hearing. We give our rendition of all those.
You opened the hearing for 372, but you can make a statement that you're swearing in for the.
Yeah, we're just gonna swear in for all the cases from 372, 373, 376, 382, 381, 383, 378, 381, 369. Like Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41F as it relates to account number 8821725, 8820805, 8821719, 8821723, 8821721, 8821882, 8820784, 8822308.
Yeah, I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it relates to the following accounts. Account 8821725, 8820805, 8821719, 8821723, 8821721, 8821882, 8820784, 8822308.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.6F as it relates to this is account number 882. So, 8821725, 8820805, 882211719, 8821723, 88171, 8821882, 8820784, 8822308.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F as it relates to account number 882-1725, 882-0805, 882-1719, 882-1723, 882-1721, 882-1882, 8820784, and 8822308.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I do solemnly swear affirmative testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Appraisal District is true and correct, following accounts. 8821725, 8820805, 8821719, 8821723, 8821721, 8821882, 8820784, 8822308. The current case that we are reading.
Hang on 1 second. So,
Go ahead.
so there were, at one point, you said that the Liberty Home protests were also from the same owner. They're going to do those separately.
They're gonna be on a separate affidavit because they're a different company.
Okay.
But yeah, those three will be on some.
Okay, sorry.
Yep.
You know,
I don't.
These are all the same owner, right? The one- Yeah, these
Yes,
are all the same.
yes.
owner.
I don't know if this is messing me up. Because this is the one that you were using. I'm using mine off the stand.
Yeah,
For what it's worth.
all right, there's your 130.
Thank you.
All right.
372.
Okay, we're gonna read the property owner's affidavit of evidence. Property owner's affidavit of evidence is for count. 8821725, Aransas Bay Mobile Home Park of Rockport LLC. The property description is 1907-3036, lot 89. It says high-tech, VIN number is attached right there for the mobile home. Incorrect appraised market value, we paid a total of $12,710 for this home. Continue on. I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing. This affidavit and evidence will be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person for the hearing. Signed by Brian Fitz on the second day of June 2021. Before Rachel and Martin. Going to the next evidence. A handwritten thing of $12,710.00. And there's a date 12/23/18 that's written on there as well. On the second one, purchasers received to bidder for sale lot 71 QSC 18716 or /026 registered number P78177772, February 23rd, 2018, 126. B Fitz at me.com. Anyways, there's a GSA Auctions was the creator, so GSA.gov, Federal Acquisition Service receipt. So this was a purchase. It appears from GSA. This is the Fort Worth sale, income and pray. The payment information, no refund, paid in full. The amount of payment is $12,710. It talks, there's another number associated with this, internal use number. The date purchaser must remove was 3/7/18. The purchaser was bidder number 276133. Continue on. Okay. FEMA Mobile home US sales at Sherwood, FEMA, DHS.gov. Property location was Sherwood Sales Staging in Baton Rouge. This is the sale number, the lot number. The lot is associated with their like purchase lot, you know, like what their, that's how government GSA things are. There's a contract number. The mobile home in question is a 2012 high-tech 530 mobile home. It says 14 feet. I think it's 14 feet wide. 5 axles, 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, 1.2. It has a VIN number, a year, and some other information right here.
If you look, Mike, on the size, it says 14 by 64. And on your property, I don't know what the property should be card.
Oh yeah, size is 14 by 64.
Yeah.
On the
Property card.
Yeah, I haven't presented any of that yet.
Okay, we'll come to it. Okay.
Let me finish with reading the stuff. And then missing items, refrigerator viewing says when it can be viewed. Other parts can be missing, inspection, highly recommended. Due to the Homeland Security rules and regulations, you know, the driver must have a signed copy. This is all the legalese when you're buying the GSA. Government option. Is there any other information?
No.
Okay, so that's it. So for the record, 14 by 64 is what this indicated. Let's go to my information.
896 square feet. Right.
I have 1216 on this particular square footage. So a 14 by 64.
896. Extra.
That's 836. The effective year built. Yeah, we just see it when it's here. We don't have that information until now. They said it was in 2012. Well, so let me go ahead and present my information about other sales.
There's no SLL on the account.
No statement of ownership location. So, all right, continue on. This is lot 89. I don't even have a picture of this right here. This is what I have. I have 1,216 square feet. Subject property owners telling me that they got 896. The effective year will be modified as well. And the class, but I think more or less 14, very most, you know, like the average mobile home. Having said that, if all of those things were in place, if you know, I have sales in here of 8,000, 60,000, reporting values 42, 36 respectively. Continue on. 50,000 and 42 respectively. This gives you a pretty good, what is it, 890 something square foot thing to go for. 92,900. If you take out the land, you see 70 something thousand. You took out other TPs and other things. This is rendering a value of at least 50,000. So, you know, this is going to be modified. This to support the value of what it would have been. Yeah, sure. Having said that, that's all I got presenting the market value. I would like to go into the account based on their evidence and make their changes. You just pull up the account.
Sorry, I'm trying to get the year and the everything before I put it.
Yeah. Again, this is new information. It's kind of like when a person says, you didn't know about my damage, here's the pictures. This is good information.
I'm just not seeing the date.
Oh, just down where you were.
Yeah, 2012.
Oh, 2012, okay. And 12 by 64.
14 by
14 by 64.
Okay.
So 14 by 64 is
896.
896. Go ahead and make that change in the count. We have it right in the. Go to details, 4S14. Regular. 2012. Effective year 2012. Yeah. This brings the value down to 25,120.
What about, excuse me, what about
25,920. We had a value of 37 and change. It was both smaller and older than what we had before.
Any more discussion? No. Okay. So I'll make a motion on case ID 2021-372, account number 8821725. Considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, looking at the evidence that the property owner has provided, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $37,220 to $25,900. Second. I did. Okay. All in favor? Aye. 373. You too. Hearing is closed. Opening hearing on case ID 2021-373.
We've already swore in, so
Yeah.
we can start to proceed. After she's done, we can start to proceed. She'll put up the evidence and I'll start presenting the property owner's affidavit. Okay. We got right here is
I'm coming home, sorry, I didn't know which one it was.
count 8820805.
No, I mean, I didn't know which segment was after.
Yeah,
It's up there.
Aransas Bay Mobile Home Park of Rockport LLC, account 8820805, 1907-3036, lot 26, incorrect appraised market value. And total of 14,457. Next page. I intend to appear by a telephone conference call for the hearing this affidavit with evidence that with it may be used in the hearing. I do not appear in person at the hearing. County appears by Ron Fitz, time for Rachel and Martine at home. All right, next evidence. This is the notice of appraised value. There's a handwritten note, 3/6/2018, 14,007. This is another GSA thing, home, that looks like, in this case, purchase date was 3/14/08, or I'm sorry, 3/14/18. Continue on a little bit. Looks like 2011, Cat Barrett, 14 by 64. Is what they presented. They talked about the number of bathrooms, wind zone, capper 1464, missing or broken mini blinds, tears and wallpaper in the middle bedroom. Purchaser will ensure each authorized driver is properly equipped. Missing items, refrigerators, missing shingle, missing or flat tires. Continue on.
This has the same problem.
So it looked like a 14 by 64.
Yeah.
Let me go through my evidence really quickly. We have 37 and change. We have class at 4S16. We have 1216 square feet. Reported to be correct. Go next. There's where it is. Continue on. If our measurements were correct, this information would support evaluation of 37,220 based on all the other market value sales. The subject, is purported to be 860, 896. You ask yourself, well, why would you have that much value in a home? This is the 644 square foot mobile home that sold for $60,000. You take away the 31,000 and change, you're left with 29 and change, or 28 and change on just the mobile home itself. Yeah, there's value in small mobile homes. So, all right. Having said that, the median value is 42,203, which supports value 37 and change. Let's go ahead and make the changes in the account for the sizes. By 64. And the class is 4S14. And the year is 2011 and 2011. This one was 11. Recalculate. This now, after the changes, renders a value of 25,280. 25280.
Discussion. All right, so on account 2021-373, or case ID 2021-373, account number 8820805, when considering incorrect Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 appraisal from $37,220 to $25,280 based on evidence given by the.
All in favor? Aye. Hearing is closed. Opening hearing on case ID 2021-376, account 8821719. Mike?
Yeah. Jackie, I'll just wait until you're ready for me to send the number, or did you get that?
I got it.
Okay. Yeah, account number 8821719.
I'll just start with the affidavit. You can just read it while I finish everything else.
Account number 8820719, the legal description or the physical address is 1907-3036, lot 76, Legacy Housing, LTD, and the serial number and correct appraised value. We paid a total of $33,610.86 for this home. I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing. This affidavit and evidence may be submitted for the hearing if I do not appear at the hearing. Harris, County Harris, Brian Fitz, signed before Rachel and Warren. The next one is it's actually the size shows you 16 by 76 on the statement of ownership and location. Yeah. And the effective date of transfer is 1/1/2018. It was manufactured in 2017. Go to the next or come down, or is that it?
No.
There's a handwritten number of 36,199.86. Come down. This is the same. This was seen about 3 cases ago, in which you have L76, which is lot 76 which kind of matches the legal description of physical location of the subject. And the 36,199.86 matches the handwritten note on the notice of appraised value. This is the same document that's presented as their evidence.
That's it.
That's it.
Mhm.
Okay, in our evidence, go to next. You'll notice that this 1216 matches the number that they report as far as the size. The 4 to 16 class is congruent with the 16 wide mobile home that they report as well. We have 37 and change on the subject property. Why do we have that? The sales on the next page will tell you why, or the next page after that. Again, these are the same comps we're using: $60,000 sale, $80,000 sale, continue on. $65,000 sale, $1,200,000 sale. These all have a median value of $42,203 when compared to the subject to support the value of $37,220. That's all I got.
Okay. So on case ID 2021-376, account number 8821719. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we leave the 2021 appraised value at $37,220.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Hearing is closed. Opening hearing on case ID 2021-378. Count 8821882. Mike?
The property owner's affidavit of evidence is 8821882. The physical location is 1907 36, base 70. What you have is incorrect appraised market value with serial numbers attached there. We paid a total of $264,886 for all 7 homes. They are substantially the same home. They should be valued at $37,840.86 a home. I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing this afternoon. With it, maybe use the hearing if I do not intend to appear in person at the hearing. Signed and carried by Brian Pitt or Rachel and Martin Beck. This is the original statement of owner's location. You'll see the date of manufacture is 11/11/19. It's a 16 by 76 mobile home. Okay, and the square footage is 1216. Is that all the evidence?
No, there's one more.
One more. Okay, the last one is the notice of appraised value, and they wrote 38,000 on the number, and they put 11/11/19. This is the Mobile Home Militia LLC in Gulfway, and there was 264,886, and this was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks like these are 7 mobile homes with the MTA. These are the label numbers associated with each of these mobile homes. They highlighted the red one, which I believe is the one in question. And they said, listen, I paid 7 for these 7. I paid this price for these 7. They should all be the exact same. This is delivery. There's a tires and axles delivery on top of that. So I guess the 283, is that the number that they reported? I guess in the front. Go back to the other evidence.
It's like 5 of them came here and 2 of them went to Campo.
Don't know.
264.
Yeah. So what they indicated, just again, I've read, well, let me go back. Go back. I need to go through all their evidence, just to make sure. Is there any other thing on this page? Is there any other evidence? This is the end.
This is it.
Okay, what is that number? Okay, so this is okay. So now on my rebuttal here is what I would say is that they went from this number, which is what it cost to like get title to these things. But none of that was on delivery or anything else. What they have here is 283. So even if they were to just say, hey, we paid whatever for this, they really paid 283% to get them wherever they needed to go. That's just set up and tires and axles and everything else. So I don't know what that number is, better than 38,000. They just wrote a number 38,000. 283, what's that number? 441. That's 40,488. All right, I'll go with my evidence. We currently have 43,360. So the first thing I'd like to say is that it's not the number that they reported, it's something more. And then on top of that, sales say that they're paying more for these things right here. Thirdly, what I would say is this is the 2019 transaction, not a 2021 transaction. But I will say that the square footage that they reported is what we had, 1216. And the class is better. That's indicative of both the purchase, like kind of what they purchased and everything else. The class is better. So we have a 5S16 going to our evidence right here. 516, 1216 square feet, 2019 is the effective year. Again, the same sales, you're just using the same, mobile home sales. But how does it compare to the subject? It looks at both the class, it looks at the size, it looks at the effective age, and it makes judgments, it makes adjustments on this. This renders the value of 46,000 when compared to the subject. The subject is 43,000. It's just a better subject than some of the others that have been presented. So a cell of 60, a cell of 80, a cell of 90, 29. They're all inferior as far as size. They're all inferior, well, I think. All inferior as far as size and class and effective age. I think that's right. Go back one. Yeah, they're all inferior from size, age, and class. That's all I got.
The median still supports.
The median supports it. When adjust, that's what it does. It adjusts for all of them.
Yeah, I don't see any reason to change that. Okay. So on case 2021-378, account number 8821882. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we maintain the 2021 appraised value of 43,360.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, closed. Closing the hearing on case 2021-381. Account 882078.
Yes, account 882078. The location is 1907 3036 lot 23. It's owned by Aransas Home Park LLC. Incorrect appraised market values was checked, and the serial numbers associated with it. We paid a total of $33,610.86 for this home. I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing this affidavit and evidence may be used with it. With it may be used with the hearing if I do not appear first. Signed by Brian Fitz before the number. First evidence they present is 16 by 76, which is a total of 1216 square feet. For the subject, the effective date of transfer was 1/1/18. The next evidence they presented was the notice of appraised value. They have a handwritten note, 9/15/2017, and they have a handwritten note of $36,190. This is lot 23.
Yes.
Yes.
Lot 23. So the L23, it matches up to the number that they hand wrote was this L23 number, which is $36,199.86. You've seen this document before. Say that. Is there anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Going into my evidence, like to say that the subject property is congruent with the size that they claim, which is 1,216 square feet. The class is the 4S16. The year is actually congruent with the date of manufacture.
Actually, that says 18, this is 17. Yeah, their evidence has a 9/15/2017 date. It's on the invoice. Yeah, this invoice is lot 23, which was September of 2017.
Here's the, wait,
The statement of ownership and location says the date of manufacture was 1/1/18. That's what we built it as manufacture date.
They bought it earlier, but it was made after they bought it, I guess.
It's hard to say. They're usually mobile homes like that are usually done in batches. And so you can say, well, I want one like that. And it says it's on its way, I guess. I can only go by what this is a statement of ownership and location done by the Texas Department of Housing and Human Affairs. It's as official as they get. They've gone away from, this is where the label numbers run right here. This is where the data is. This is, for all practical purposes, this is when we know it's built.
It's a slightly higher value than previous ones.
Yeah, although lower than most previous one we talked about.
Right.
Okay.
This one is a 2018. It's got a living area of 1216. The same sales are presented, $80,000 sale, $60,000 sale. This one's 92.9 and this one's 65. The median value is 42,300, which supports the value that we had at 38,030. That's all we got.
Same? Yeah. Okay. So on case ID 2021-381, account number 8820784, considering incorrect appraised market value Q1, I move that we maintain the 2021 appraised value of $38,030.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing is closed. Open hearing on case number 2021-382, account 88211723.
Okay, 8821723 is 1907-3036, lot 82. It's owned by Aransas Bay Mobile Home Park, or MHP of Rockport LLC. There's a VIN number associated with this. Incorrect appraised market value was indicated. Scroll up a little bit. We paid a total of $17,284 for this home. I intend to by telephone conference call for the hearing. This affidavit evidence may be submitted, may be used in the hearing. Signed by Brian. Okay. The next evidence they have is a handwritten thing of $17,284, and they have a date of 7/9/18. This is a GSA auction sale. Let's see. Make sure that we have, let's see, scroll down a little bit. Yeah, this says it's vehicle length of 64. 2018.
No,
14 by 64 is what we show. So 14 by 64 is 896, I think.
Correct.
You have 17.
Okay. Was that all their evidence?
Yeah, yes.
Go back to the evidence. I forgot to do. Size, let's look for any deficiencies. This is just like damage is normal, wear and tear, dirty couch, paper residue, outdoor flood, ceiling stain, tires flat, low, missing items, tongue jack, MHU equipped with residential fire system. Then it goes into this list of how to get it, how it can be seen, whatever. Is there anything else?
No, that's it.
Going into my evidence, so 1896 is what they put forward. We currently have a
780.
square footage of 780. We're not going to go up. Can't go up. But we'll note the account for next year. Okay. Go into this. Currently have a value of 28,880. They wrote 17,000 and change for a government auction. Okay. The evidence for the sales support evaluation of 32,562 for the median value. This value would be higher if it had a higher square footage. So that's all I got.
Keep the 23,880. Sure. Case ID 2021-382, account number 8821723. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we maintain the 2021 appraised value of $23,880.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing is closed. Opening hearing on case ID 2021-383, account 8821721.
Okay, 8821721 is 1907-3036, lot 61. It's owned by the state of Aransas Bank, MHP of Rockport LLC. Indicated appraised market value, incorrect appraised market value. There's a VIN number associated with it. We paid $95,668 for this home. I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing. This affidavit evidence may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person. Signed by Brian Pitts. They wrote FEMA bedroom or FEMA BR 829 of 18. And they wrote 956. This is another government auction, GSA auction. They indicate so a 12 by 52, years 2014.
52 is 624.
Yeah. All right, so let me go into my evidence. Is there anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Effective years. Effective years.
Yeah, it should go to 2014 instead of 2012. Okay, my evidence has 780 square feet rather than the, what was that number? It was a 12 by 52.
Mhm.
24.
Okay. If our square footage would be correct, the market value would be supported in sales below. You can see that would render a value. That would render a value of 34 and change. The median value, well, support the value 22,570. Having said that, we should go to a 4S12. $4S12 right here. Yeah, and then go to 2014, effective year 2014. And the square footage, yeah, you can change the square footage in the sketch, 12 by 52. Takes the value down to 20,810.
I move on case ID 2021-383, considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, evidence that the homeowner has brought to, we lower the 2021 appraised value from 22,570 to 20,810.
Second. All in favor? Okay, we have finished the 130 docket. Do we have any, have we finished your sheet?
No, we need one more right here.
369. 369. On the 3. Opening hearing on case ID 2021-369, account 8822308.
328.
88222308.
Okay, I'm gonna just go ahead and read that property owner's affidavit. Do we do 123? Hang on. Do we do a case, not a case, let's see that.
I'm sorry, Mike, what was it?
I'm looking for account 88211723. Is that in the different docket?
1723 is case number 382, which we did. I believe we did.
No, I'm looking for account number 88211723. That's
Yes. And that's,
Which case did you find?
yeah, account number 8821723.
Oh, we did do that.
Yeah, we did.
Case number 2021-382.
Sorry, I didn't put it in. I usually go like this. So now we're into the 3 o'clock docket, and we're reading account 8822308308. Got it. All right, 88223008. You can see the Aransas Bay Mobile Home Park LLC. 1907-3036 lot 75, adjacent manufactured housing, and incorrect appraised market value was marked. We paid $37,865 for this home. I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing. This affidavit is evidence may be submitted, used for the hearing if I do not appear in person. Signed by Brian. All right, the attached evidence is a statement of ownership and location, which is indicated as a 16 by 68 for a total of 1,088 square feet. The date of manufacture is 6/4/20. You can see the next page is a notice of appraised value. They have a handwritten date of 6/10/20, and they wrote 36,000. This is Aransas Bay Mobile Home Park LLC, or at least a portion of it. And they say, okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's 165,002.91. They have the base price of all the mobile homes of 153,358. They do have a price here, right here, 37,865. And then 37 and change, 37 and change, and 39 and change. So they have sales price. New. Is there anything else?
No, that's it.
Five. Okay, I'll go into my evidence. Currently have we have the area of 1,088 that matches the subject. We have the effective age that matches. The class is a 6S16 plus, which we have as a previous class on the subject. The sale would indicate that maybe that class is a little strong. I don't have a picture of this. Continue on Picto. I don't have a picture of this one. I have Picto, but I don't have a picture of the mobile. Having said that, I'm using other sales, and we adjust for the sale. I have another 6 sales, the 6S18, sold for 80. But we're compared with the subject, 6S16. You know, there's one of the data points here. We're render value 58 and change. This other sale would render value 44 and change. The other two would be 56 and 59 respectively, 57, which supports the 52. Without looking at it, I mean, I would tend to say, like the others that I've had, the best one that I've had has been a 5. So I wouldn't be opposed to just going to a straight 5 and 16 until I put that.
But even so, the sales at that class, those sales support that figure, right?
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
I'd like to go to the account.
This purchase was in 2026.
Yeah, this purchase was recent.
Fairly new model.
Yeah. I will say that the 165,002 says that each one of those is 41,250. If they were equal, they'd be 41,250. And then they just typically go for more here. I mean, that's all I can say. But having said that, I'd be glad to go to the improvements.
It does show on his.
Go to 5S16. 5S16. I go to, yeah, just hit cancel and go to summary. That goes to 38.8 or 38.8. Well, it's 41,250. If you went to 5 and 16 plus, what would that do?
Even in his purchase, this particular mobile home was slightly.
Yeah, 42.6.
This is 42,680, 630.
680.
It's either 42,680 or it's 38. And I mean, this is 42. It's about $4,000 savings.
Just on 42.
42.6.
That's still a lowering of about $10,000.
Yeah.
Good with that?
What's the, if you don't mind.
Okay. Okay, I moved in on case ID 2021-367, account number 8822308. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from 52,150 to 42,680 based on last change.
All there? Aye. Okay, we finished that set, right? I believe so. In that case, we have a 5-minute recess.
Sounds good.
You get that line, then?
Yes. And when we come back, we do have an individual on the phone.
Okay.
And then we'll continue on and finish off the.
You live long enough to get old. Take better care of yourself.
He didn't make that up, he's heard that.
Yeah, I didn't have my afternoon coffee.
Got your experience. One file last night.
Yeah. Yeah, was it crawfish or?
Crawfish, it was crabway, shrimp, sausage, potatoes.
Oh, okay, like a,
Whole big deal, duck roll, like,
yeah,
on the table.
okay,
It's a mess.
yeah,
Then you think,
okay, so much a pound or so much a person?
they have different offerings.
Okay.
This bank includes blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Ready to choose. We got the biggest one. I've never been there.
Yeah, Julian.
Which, lucky. Posted, we never went.
Didn't like that kind of food.
No, I could lose.
Oh, okay.
Which one's on the phone? Do we know?
Don't know yet.
Well, nobody home. So it must be.
They wouldn't go which one it is.
Oh, there's fallen. It must be 128. Because all the rest is Liberty Home. Montreal.
Oh,
Right? On the 3 o'clock docket.
right. So it's probably on this, that one.
Yeah. You think it's Hunter Forward?
It must be because the other ones are all Liberty Home.
Yeah. Yeah. Hunter Forward? Is that who it is?
Yes. Yeah, it's the only individual.
Yeah.
Yeah, follow.
Yeah, well,
It's gonna be a police and Danvers one. On the phone earlier.
okay,
So we do have an affidavit in for both.
we do.
Yeah, I'm not for sure if they're both speaking.
Okay.
One came in like last month and then she just put it on something.
Okay. One twenty-eight.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, good. Is it good?
No, he has.
Yeah. Winter, She thinks it's gonna be Amanda. They both have an affidavit.
Don't say she's going.
Oh, yeah. Enchant. I saw him.
Yeah.
Just put the rest up. Yeah. Mhm.
Is Amanda's affidavit here?
It should be the second one.
Yeah.
Taxpayer too.
You want to, you want to. We go by the protest form. Protest form only has Q1.
Do you want me to see if Mike is ready?
He's
in the bathroom.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
We're hearing the toilet flushes, we go away.
Dial them up.
Hello, this is Amanda Follett.
Hello, Amanda. This is Charlie Powers of the Appraisal Review Board. How are you today?
Hi, how are you doing?
Fine, thank you. We have some administrivia to go through before we get started. If you just follow along, I'll have some questions for you toward the end.
Sure.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-128, account 32744. This hearing is being recorded. We're the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. Comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. It may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with all the particulars and also some guidance as to what you can do next if you don't agree with us. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Amanda, do we have all your evidence?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.2F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Amanda, I am assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Mike?
Yes, my name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Amanda, do you hold appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have handy the hearing procedure times, a 4-column chart showing how the hearing will be conducted?
I do not, but I have my computer in front of me if I need to pull something up.
I'm not sure.
That's okay. We can walk you through it.
We'll walk
Okay,
through it as we
that's
go. You get to decide whether you go first, speak first, or Mike speaks first for the district.
I think it's fine if Mike speaks first, and then if you guys have any questions for me about the evidence or however.
Okay, fine.
Best for you guys.
Okay.
You'll have
Very
time to
good.
speak.
Mike?
Okay.
Mike,
Sure.
it's a Q1 on the protest form.
Thank you very much. Q1 has to do with incorrect appraised market value. The subject property is in Smith and Wood, 819 North Wood Street. We currently have last year we had a valuation of 317, I think. Is that right?
Yeah.
And this year we have a valuation of 317.
No, last year was 311.
311, okay, 311, 317, so hasn't changed very much. We have a class of 5 SS minus, which is, from 1 to 7. 1 is a poor home, 7 is an excellent home, 4 is an average home, so that we're saying that a 5 is just an above average home. We have SS standard frame. This is an older home, originally built in 1958, that has gone through some renovations over the years. Probably not done by the property owner themselves. They were done from previous owners. You can see that some of the most previous sales, there was a sale in 16 before the storm for this property for $360,000. We have a data point of 238 for the subject most recently. If that's a true, data point, then that's relevant to some extent. It's a little, it's a little not congruent with the rest of the market from the standpoint that the rest of the market's moving at a pretty rapid rate. Having said that, the 238.3, I don't know if that's a deed of trust or what that is, but we'll continue to look at that up. Continue on. This is the pictometry imagery. It's bound by Orleans and Cedar, Wood, and Austin on all four corners there, in that block. Comp number one is the sale. It was the sale. We have 238,300 as the transaction. Whenever she does her presentation, I want to ask about that transaction. I'll ask about all the facets that go into that. Nonetheless, we put it in the grid because, as we've said, it's always relevant. There's other sales that are relevant as well. Obviously, comp number one has no adjustments because it is the subject. Comp number two is on patent. It sold in 2/21 for $297 and change. Has less square footage than the subject property as far as land is adjusted accordingly. It's pretty close as far as class, 3 SS minus to 3 FB. FB is fiberboard, SS is standard siding, which is frame, a wood frame house. It's bigger than that comp by a pretty good clip. That one's only 1686. This is 2029. The biggest difference here is the effective age. There's 2015 that's basically almost a brand new home compared with the 1988 remodeled older home. So there's some inefficiencies there. That one appraises out when compared with the subject at 329 and change when compared with the subject. Biggest factor there is the land and the size of the house itself. Comp number three is an older house, just like the subject, 1045 North Austin. Notice that the Old Rock, these are all from that Old Rockport area. This one, again, the size of the lot is about a third of the subject. This one's on 3 lots. These are basically, I think it's 16,000 square feet. These are approximately 6,400. There's an adjustment for that. 5SS minus, 5SS plus, minor adjustment there. You can see that the sale is actually quite a bit smaller than the subject, but quite a bit newer as well. So both of those adjustments are in there and they're appropriately adjusted. They're almost the equivalent, 28 and 25 right there. What you also have is the MA being adjusted. This renders a value of 347. Now, what's interesting about this home is this is original 1982 to 2012. This is originally 1958 to 88. So again, this comp is newer for sure. This appraises out to 347. The biggest difference for the subject is that it's much bigger itself, and the land element is bigger. 347 is what that comes to. Another one that we have is 803 Alameda Street, also on Old Rockport. This one sold for $232,500. Again, the size of the lot is much smaller. That one appraises out 326. The median value is 328, which supports the 317. I don't know if we have another one. Go up one more. No.
So Amanda, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination, and then you have 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'm going to give you 7 minutes on the timer here.
Okay. I don't have any direct cross-examination questions, but I do think to the point of the appraised market value that the house is worth what we paid for it. So we bought this home last year for $238,300, which included fees paid by the seller of $7,500. So therefore, the consideration for the property we estimate to be $230,800. And if you look at page, well, you can also see I've attached the warranty deed that says the amount on there, 226, on page 1 of my evidence. And then I've also included our closing disclosure with the loan amount and how much we paid and the amount. And I think the other thing that I'd really like to point out is on page 12, you can see that the John Forte bought this house in December 15th of, 2016. And it was listed not once, not twice, but 3 times, and they kept moving the price down because they couldn't sell the home. I mean, the house was literally vacant since before the storm, and they couldn't find anyone to buy it. So I think that's indicative of the market value, that it couldn't command these prices. It wasn't worth that. So we feel that we did pay market value for it after the house was literally, I mean, to my estimation, I think it has been vacant since Mr. Forte took over the ownership of the property in 2016. He was based in Miami. So to my knowledge, he never occupied the property. So that is my presentation.
Okay. All right, you'll have more time later, but you got time left if you have anything else.
No, that's, I think, the points that I wanted to make.
Okay, all right. So Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
So Forte Properties, Inc., is that Hunter and Amanda Follett?
No, so that's who we bought the property from. We brought it from John Forte.
Okay.
And my understanding is that he acquired the property in the end of 2016 and was trying to offload it for a long time. And that's why I attached that at the low record of all the times that had been listed. And it looks like, there was a pending sale in 2019, but that fell through, and, they kept lowering the price, and they weren't able to move it. Now that's, when we talk about economics and market values, it's only worth what somebody will pay for it.
Okay. In your warranty deed with vendor's lien document, kind of in the middle of or toward the end of the paragraph says, transferred and conveyed, University Credit Union, Federal Credit Union. And then it says the note being also secured by deed of trust of even date here within Alan B. Polonsky. Do you happen to know anything about that?
I don't know anything about Alan B. Polonsky. I don't know why that's there.
Okay. That's I'll just testify that that's a property tax agent. I don't know if it's relevant or not. It's just strange to me. I actually had never noticed that. But the subject property owner said that they didn't know why it was there or who they are or whatever, so that's fine.
Right.
Yeah. As far as my, continuing to my rebuttal time, all I would say is this market transaction relevant to the subject property? Yes, it's always relevant. To what degree? Well, it was a sale this last year. We're looking about a year ago now. The appraisal date is January 1. Are there other sales that indicate a higher market value? Yes, of course. They're right there listed on that sales comparison sheet. Moving forward in my evidence package, we'll go to the sales ratio report. Sales ratio report. Stop right there. You'll indicate at the top. So this is Old Rock. This is basically everything in that Old Rockport area. And then you'll go to the bottom here. And we're at 99.69% overall. There's 36 total sales. Now, what you'll find is the one that we're highest on the ratio on is the subject property. Why? Because they got the best transaction out of everybody in the entire sales ratio report. I mean, when you look at what we have it appraised for and what they actually transacted at, it's got the highest ratio by far because they got a really good deal. Now, I guess what I would say is that, is there anything about the home that made it, like, was there anything not functioning or damaged or anything that you can attribute, what in my opinion, you got a better deal than most, but that's okay. Is there anything about the home that's deficient?
I mean, it is an older home. That's, we've had to, anything in a house that's from the 50s. I know also the real estate agent had mentioned to us that people didn't like the layout of the house, that it may not have worked for a lot of people that were buying an older home. Those were really the only
Thank you, ma'am.
things that, she said they had a hard time. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you have 2 minutes for protest or rebuttal if you need it.
No, I think I've covered what I wanted to say.
Okay. Then Mike, you have 1 minute for closing.
What I would say is that, I present a lot of evidence packages. There's many times that the subject property sold for more, and the board doesn't go up to that value. They go to the median value that I can report within that neighborhood. This is what I have as well. When you look at the Old Rock neighborhood, I'm 99% overall, basically right where I need to be. The subject property transaction did sell for less, obviously, but there's many other properties that sold for more. When you compare all those different facets, both size, size, the effective age of the property, the size of the home itself, you should consider the median value. That's what you would do. Is the property subject sale relevant? Always. To what degree? That's why you get to decide this. 238, I've got 328 with all the rest of the sales. You can try to find the nearest comp. The best comp for the subject is the subject itself, but there's other sales.
Okay. Amanda, you have 1 minute if you need it.
I think I covered pretty much everything I wanted to say, that, the house was a lemon that, people didn't want to buy for a really long time. And therefore, judging by what the market value would be, that leave it to be what we paid for it.
Okay. I do have one question of you, Amanda. This was an, I'll say an open market sale through a realtor. There was a sign in the yard for weeks or months on end before you came along and bought it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. She made a really good deal.
Yeah.
Well, she said that, or is this our time?
Yeah, this is our time now.
Okay. She said that the house was not laid out like a contemporary house. And that may be its big failing. I mean, we can't see it, but it certainly would be evidenced by the fact that it was on the market for so long and with the price reduced so many times that there's something wrong here. This is not right, because I accept Mike's premise that he's got houses that sell at much higher prices, but there's something wrong with this house.
Go back to that picture that
Big O Jackie. Was that a garage apartment? A garage there? Okay. That's all part of the property card and everything? Okay.
Yeah, it's amazing why Kansas didn't sell as easily.
Yeah.
But it's, whether you want to call it, functional, dysfunctional, or what, or just change the price. I mean, it didn't sell.
Didn't sell, yeah. Thinking 238, 300.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. You 238 or
238, 300.
I would go with the 238, 300 rather than 230, 800, because it is an older sale.
Okay. Okay.
So, okay, I'm going to move on case ID 2021-128, account number 32744. considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 valuation from 317,580 to 238,300.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Amanda, you understand?
Yes, I understand. Thank you.
Okay. Take care. Thanks for your time.
Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Next one's going to be the affidavits for the Liberty Home Fund.
You can do these all. Four of them.
So
There's should be three.
three of them.
Three?
Yeah. And it's
Three.
attached.
375, 379, 380,
Yes.
is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In order.
Yeah.
Y'all need the light on?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
I know you like it.
Somebody else may want.
Okay. We have to do, this is by affidavit, right?
Yes, sir.
We'll have to do the prologue at least once. We're opening here, we're going to open hearings on account number 8820807, 8820806, and 8824388, These are all by owner Liberty Home Finance LLC. These hearings will be recorded. The Appraisal Review Board will be hearing the protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone in the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I shall begin. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F as associated with case number 375, 379, and 380.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and this pertains to case IDs 2021-375, 2021-379, and 2021-380.
I, Captain Malcolm, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. And this pertains to cases, account numbers 8820-807, 8820-806, and 8822-438.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F as it relates to account numbers 8820807, 8820806, and 8822438.
Testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
My name is Michael Soto. Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the Prison Review Board for the Aransas County Prison District is true and correct.
Opening hearing on case ID 2021-375, account 8820807. District representative will read the affidavit into the record.
The property owner's affidavit of evidence is for 8820807. It is Aransas Bay Mobile Resort Space 30. And so, property owner is Liberty Home Finance LLC. 1907-3036, lot 30, high-tech bin, and it has a bin number, incorrect appraised market value. We paid a total of $12,089 for this home. I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing of this affidavit and the evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person. Signed in the county of Harris by Brian Fitz before Rachel Ann Martine Deckelman. The next page is the 2021 notice of appraised value. There's a handwritten note that says 2/22 of 2018 at the date and a value of $12,087 written. There is a sale lot, and there's a highlight by 71QSCI 18716 /038. This is 037 of 18 is highlighted down here. Come down. Brian Fitz, continue on. And this one appears to be, let's see, 14 by 64 to 2012. It's a high-tech mobile home. Damages noted: normal wear and tear, couch soiled, end table broken, writing on walls, living room floor covering torn, bedroom broken, tires are flat or low, rear cross frame bent, missing items, mattresses, viewing this is just the viewing requirements right here beyond that. I think that's it. 14 by 64, 2012.
Yeah, it's 896 and you got 780.
14 by 64.
And then you can't change it, it's gonna make it go up.
Yep. Or putting a note in the account.
Next year.
Yep. And it's a 2012. Our evidence. We have 14,320 for the subject. Again, the square footage is shown to be incorrect, low right now. 14,320. Effective age appears to be correct. All right, continue on. Picto of the area. This is lot 30. Here's some sales. When you look at all of the sales and you look at the subject, you adjust for everything, both for effective age, size, classification. There's a median value of 23,145 that supports the value by a large degree of the 14,230 that we have on the subject. The sales are 60,000, 80,000, and 65,000. The median value, when you again adjust for all these things and the age and everything else, is 23,145. That's the only thing under protest. Market value is supported.
Okay, no change? All right, on account 2021-375, account number 8820807, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value. I move that we maintain the 2021 appraised value at $14,320.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case closed. Opening hearing on case 2021-379. Account 8820806.
Again, sworn in for this one as well. I'm going to read the property owner's affidavit of evidence. 8820806.
I don't see appraisal district. I don't either. I don't see your evidence in here, Mike.
I have it in my possession.
I have it on the computer. I can put it up here.
It's not, I will say that it was in the boardroom prior to the beginning of the hearing. I have one copy that, I mean, I could, like you say, do you have copies of this right here? I do. and I have it in the system. It's just not on the pad for whatever reason.
Just use it
Okay.
overall.
Show it up there.
This one is 8820806. Liberty Home Finance, it is 1907-3036, lot 28. Incorrect appraised market value owned. We paid a total of $13,807 for this home. I intend to appear by telephone conference for the hearing. This affidavit or evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear before the hearing. In the county of Harris, Brian Fitz. Right. The next thing is a 2021 notice of appraised value. There's a handwritten note with $13,807. The date is 3/6/2018. This is another government auction sale. Lot 32 is what they wrote on here. Continue on. This has what appears to be a 14 by 64,
Yeah.
3-bedroom. So 14 by 64 is what I see. The 2011 Scott built. No obvious damage to the interior unit. Purchaser will ensure he's authorized driver, and it's talking about holes in front siding, crack in back corner siding, missing shingles, missing more flat tires. Is that it?
Yes.
14 by 64,
896.
2011. What we have in our evidence package is 780. And we'll make that adjustment next year. It's also 2011. We have a 2012. I believe if we went up in the square footage and down by one where we would actually increase the value. So
Yeah.
I don't suggest that I do that
No.
right now. Here's my evidence for my sales. The sales that I have are on Morrow Street for $60,000, on Holly for $49,000, and for Longoria for $80,000. When you appropriately adjust in comparison to the subject, you have 27,000 and change, 25 and change, and 34 and change for a median value of 27 and change. That supports a value of 22,570. That's all I got.
Okay. Scroll to the property records once.
Thanks. He'll fix that next year.
Yeah.
Okay. Keep it the same.
Yeah.
So on case ID 2021-379, account number 8820806, when considering incorrect appraised market value, I move that we keep the 2021 appraised value at $22,570.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's closed. Opening hearing on case 2021-380, account 8822438.
Right. The property owner's affidavit of evidence. We go into that. All right, Liberty Home Finance, 8822, 438, 1907, FM 3036, lot 53, incorrect appraised market value. This is serial and the VIN number there. We paid $37,102 for the mobile home. Total of $39,064 minus $119.62 of freight. I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing of this affidavit or evidence, maybe just the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. Signed in the county of Harris by Brian Fitz. The next page, you'll see a original statement of ownership and location. On that ownership and location document, You see the square footage is listed there. 1056. Okay. Notice the date of the manufacturer is a 2020 unit. Okay. The next page is the GSA. Well, sorry. Must be pushing it out. Is that it right there? Okay. Let's go to the next evidence. Which is the confirmation order. Oh, sorry. Notice the price value. It says purchase price $36,000. Handwritten May 11th, 2020. This one right here has a confirmation order from Park Asset Management LLC in Houston, Texas. And it looks like the base cost of the home was $39,064.
That's it.
That's what we got. That's what they have. All right. For our evidence, we have 8822438. We have a value of 50,610. We have a class 6 S6 plus. The square footage appears to be correct. The effective age appears to be congruent with what the subject property owner's claim. This is the picto on the next page in that mobile home park. And then here's the sales. You have one on Longoria that sold for 80 when appropriately adjusted for the subject, reports a value of 56 change. On Morrow, you have a $60,000 sale. When you adjust for the subject, 43 and change. The next one is on Macro, sold for 65. When you adjust for the subject, it's 59 and change. And the last one's on Burnell, sold for 80,000. When you adjust for the subject, reports a value of 57 and change. The median value is 56,633, which supports the value of the current account on the subject property owner indicated that they purchased it for 36, but their evidence actually puts 39 on their subject. And furthermore, let's see, what do they say here? Yeah, this thing says 39. Confirmation total. Okay.
Yeah, what they were
You got a
possibly
discount.
not including these options. Well, on the one, they discounted out the 16 or the 1962 for shipping and destination charge. So
Yeah, that's always applicable if it's a new purchase. I mean, it wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be hearing it unless it was destined to be here. Destination charges. So, all right. All I could say is that we could look at the subject property and we can look at the 6S16 and possibly go to 5. Just go to the card. I mean, just go to the property. Okay. And go to the property in improvement and go to class 5 to 16 plus. See what that does. That renders a value of 41 and change. 41,420.
Yeah, when you compare it to 39064, and that's a year old.
Okay, on case ID 2021-380. You okay with that, Karen?
Are you okay with it? Yeah, okay.
Number 88222438. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I I move that we lower the 2021 appraised value from 50,610 to 41,420.
In favor?
Aye. Aye.
You know, I do have an evidence package for 22308. Did you hear that one?
Yeah, that's 369, yeah,
We heard that one we heard that one earlier. That was Aransas Bay.
I did that at 10 o'clock. The 10 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. I believe we did that in the 10 o'clock group. Yes.
Yeah, we did this in the Aransas Bay one.
I'm sorry, you're correct.
We did,
Yes.
we did it on 1:30. We just, it was 3 o'clock that we did at the end. Okay, we got it.
and it is 4 o'clock. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?